All right, you're last. Go ahead.
Okay, today is July 11. That's at 8:28. Open hearing of the
Ray said he's coming in.
Aransas County Friendly Review Board. And do we have a quorum? We do. Thank you. Okay, we're going to be hearing a series of affidavits this morning. That was second. So this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify was being protested. It's here on the notice that in all cases it's equity and one. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff.
Yes, I see that, yes.
We're the Friendly Review Board here in the protest today. We're not looking to defend the district. We are appointed to form independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal the decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester after termination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence have been provided with the affidavit. I'm assuming this is from an agent that has been provided to us. The ARB members who are concerned with protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and the signing affidavits to that effect. I, Pat Coppin, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone, any person in violation of tax code 41.60 in relation to cases 2022-950, 1144, 1494, 1495, 1499, 1505, 1509, 1512, 1519, 1522, 1523, 1527, 1528, 1534, 1574, 1586, 1588, 1595.
And that's all of it.
That's it.
Yes.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to case numbers 2022 950, 1144, 1494, 1495, 1499, 1505 through 1509, 1512, 1519, 1522, 1523, 1527, 1528, 1534, 1574, 1586, 1588, and 1595.
I, Ronald Candy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F pertaining to case numbers 2022-950, 1144, 1494, 1495, 1499, 1505 through 1509, 1512, 1519, 1522, 1523, 1527, 1528, 1534, 1574, 1586, 1588, and 1595.
I, Peggy Ward, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, referencing cases number 2022 950, 1144, 1494, 1495, 1499, 1505, 06, 07, 08, 09, 1512, 1519, 1522, 1523, 1527, 1528, 1534, 1574, 1586, 1588, and 1595.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear that the testimony shall present to the appraisal report for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. We're going to be hearing cases 2022 950, 1134, 1494, 1495, 1499, 1505, 1509, 1512, 1519, 1522, 1523, 1527, 28, 34, 1574, 1586, 1588, and 1595. We're gonna have Scott swear in also. Val, just that way, just in case, step out or something like that. Move on.
No, I got an extra one of that. If you want to sign it.
Yes, I, Scott Arrington, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. The case numbers 2022-950, 1144, 1494, 1495, 1499, 1505, 1506, 1507, 1508, 1509, 1512, 1519, 1522, 1523, 1527, 1528, 1534, 1574, 1586, 1588, 1590.
Read the affidavit into the record. All right, so I guess I should be clear here that this is for case 950. Yes. All right, so case 950, here we go.
I thought this was all the cases.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm on the right line.
Yeah, right.
950, then
Yeah.
starting off with 950. And we have an affidavit of evidence here. So section 1 is the owner's name. Section 2 is the property under protest, 832 Highway 35 South. Section 3 is the reason for protest. The first box is checked, incorrect, appraised market value and or value is unequal compared with other properties. Section 4 says 1 packet. Section 5 says this property was included in a 3-property sale. Attached is the closing statement showing the price for all 3 properties. Last year, the property value was reduced to make all 3 properties in line with the purchase price. Section 6, hearing type. I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person, by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and argument submitted with it may be used in the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. This is signed in Bear County. Looks like William Ostek, and the notary is Lisa Telschik. And it was on the 10th of July of 2022. Next page is a disbursement statement from the Chicago Title Insurance Company for a total of $962,500. Actually, a total of $967,681, depending on if you want to add in some of that other stuff. Anyways, it's that's their evidence.
Let's determine what the right number is here.
I think it depends, it's not a closing statement, it's a disbursement statement.
Right.
So,
But you
it
said it
says purchase price, let's go with that name, it's a purchase price, $962,500.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
And this was a 20.
The date on this is July 15, 2020. Yes, that's correct. There's a page down here that is a screenshot of the appraisal district's website from 2021. And
Are these 3 properties that are together? Is that
we'll have to take a look. I'm not real sure. We'll have to take a
how it's
look.
Dollar General?
It is Dollar General. I don't know if they've been merged together. We'll look at that. No, they have not been merged together. So this next thing is the board order from the year. It's going to be on 2021. This is the board order from last year. Is what this is. So let's go to. I don't mean anything else with that. We'll go to CAD evidence. Scott, if you'll show Picto, and let's just try to see which properties these are. 6367. So it's 6367. Then what the property behind it? 64, and that one over there, Scott. Is that right?
Yes.
Those three properties?
Yeah, those three properties there.
Where is that dollar general?
This is 35 South, Business 35 South, like you're heading towards Aransas.
Oh, okay.
Is that it?
That's
No.
31 South? No, that's way too.
That's it.
Calculated.
Oh, yeah,
Is
yeah,
it?
it is.
Just south of Market.
Yeah,
Oh, that one, okay.
Oh, not that, yeah, there's another one.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
another one. No,
Yeah,
you're right.
that's-
It's not that other one.
it's the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So three pieces of property, including the one at the dollar general.
That's correct. That's correct. That was purchased and that on their evidence, that was the purchase for the 900 something, I don't remember.
Minus 62.
There you go. So, of course, for us here, the protest is actually only on one account, 63763. We're not gonna show any evidence for those other two vacant lots.
Oh, okay. This is just for the physical location of dollar.
This is the Dollar General, right? And it was purchased in 2020. This is 2022. We have it on an income valuation. So we have a overall cap rate of 9.5, indicated value of $1,008,960. And we have an equity grid that shows other Dollar Generals and a Family Dollar showing that we're valuing them the same way on the cap rate. The tax rate will change a little bit because of depending on which taxing entities you have. And the lease rate of $11 a square foot. And that's all we have.
They didn't give an opinion down, did they? I didn't see.
I didn't see that. I think they're just, maybe if we inferred their opinion of value is that it should be the same as it was, you know.
So maybe that sales price.
So it's
From the
960, the 962 just for this parcel, was it?
No, their statement is that it's for all three. They paid $962,500 for,
2020.
in 2020 for all three.
For all three, but we are only looking at one.
That's correct. And we're not valuing, again, our valuation here has to do with the fact that this is obviously, this building, Dollar General, rents it from somebody who owns it. So we're valuing it as income. You know, how much would you pay for this and then rent it to Dollar General, essentially?
They didn't provide any kind of information that would help us in terms of other than the sales price of the two properties.
But that closing statement, or I guess you call it closing statement. Disbursement. That was for all three properties, right? Okay, so they didn't actually break it down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. is They did all three, but we're looking at only one. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the district is showing this value of 1,008,960.
Based on commercial value, but they didn't consider it as a commercial property.
Right. They didn't present much.
What happened last year?
They had purchased it in 20 and they came in and had a hearing. And the board just decided to go to their sale price. So what the board did in the previous year was, I guess you could say, honor the sale price. They said, okay, this is what you pay, this is what it's worth, which is pretty typical. I mean, happens a lot, especially for three people. And then it also happens a lot that the appraisal district says, we're moving on. We're moving on.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
Last year was valued at 7.8.
Which is a portion of that sale price. It was broken out to all add up to that one number.
Okay, so if you're adding it up to that number, then typically that would be added, whatever you took off would be added back in this
That's
year.
correct. Because it's not anything that the appraisal district necessarily agrees with.
Right,
But it is understandable as a good data point. It is a good data point, for sure. So.
so when we look at this 260,000 increase, we're also, part of that is the deduction being added back.
In that, yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
correct.
this doesn't sound that bad.
Right, right.
Right.
Well, the other property. Aren't they had evidence back up the value of similar properties?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with the district on this one. I will. Okay. Make a motion in reference to case number 2022-950, account number 63763. After evidence was presented from the district and the owner's agent, and we talked about Q1 and Q2. The ARB is of the opinion that the value of $1,008,960 remain.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Get that number.
Yeah.
done?
So did you change the number?
No, not changed.
Okay, then I don't need the number. Thank you.
Did you say?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, Paladin just withdrew, the next two, the 19791 and 19819 accounts.
Wait.
Okay, sorry.
Say again, 19.
Yeah, or I can give you the case numbers,
Yes.
1507 and 1508.
Gone.
Gone.
Gone. 25297 is next. I don't have evidence in on it yet. I would suggest let's just go on to 58018.
1527.
Yes, case 1527 for your next,
Which, I'm sorry to get those, which one do we cross them off?
1507 and 1508.
So all page one is done.
We finished.
Gone.
And we're gonna skip 1512 then.
For
For
now,
now,
yes,
we'll come back to 1512 later, and we're gonna go to 1527.
correct.
Which is on our pad, it says F. And on on the page, it's still page 2, bottom of the page.
One of us, the three of us, is fine, it's fine.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1527. Count 58018, which is 2701 and 3036 in Rockport. And on the protest is incorrect, price market value, well, Q1.
Q2.
All right, here we go. Section 1 on the affidavit is the owner's name. Section 2 is the address. Property description is under protest 2701 FM 3036. Section 3 is a reason for protest, which is Q1, Q2. Section 4 says there's one packet of evidence. Section 5 says requested value 500,000. Land is out of line and improvements are uninhabited. Section 6 states that they do not intend to appear at the hearing, but we can use this affidavit and the evidence. And then section 7 is Bear County, signed by William Ostek, and the notary is Lisa Telchik. And this was on the 10th of July, 2022. I'll let you guys look at these next two pages. They're aerial photos.
No idea what this is.
I'll show you guys where it's at. Scott, we'll go ahead and pull a picture up and let's show everybody where this is at. This is, I don't know, would you call it a historic Rockport property, sort of? This is at least a property of interest.
I don't know, I picked those being
Uncooperative.
uncooperative today. Finally went to the last one.
Okay, Scott, just go ahead and take us there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know which one it is?
no, I didn't hear.
Go back to Pictou. And just go to 3036. It's on the corner of 3036 and 1781.
Okay,
It's
Got
the, you know what I mean?
Yep.
What's that one, the house that way there?
Yeah, it is. It's that, I'll get us started here while Scott gets us there. Oh, are you there already? So it's this is 3036. And it's that property that sits off on the corner there. Uh-huh.
so this here,
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, we did the one with the funny cute thing the other day.
So it's uninhabitable, it says.
says it's uninhabited.
Uninhabited.
Yes.
Uninhabited.
That's like you're going to Pocono Ridge.
Yeah.
This is back in town. That's Spears Wood.
there.
Mhm.
Is it multiple homes?
There are multiple homes on it, yeah, and metal buildings, yes.
So their evidence is just pictures from 2021, I don't know what the difference.
So this,
2021 looks a lot greener than 2020.
Yeah, swimming pool's full too.
so, the property sold in 2020 for a little over $1 million. And now we go into 2022 sales and just look at a couple of sales in here. You know, we've got a sell in 3036. It's hard to comp this one because it's almost 5,000 square feet. Our first comp is 2,700. Our second comp is 2,900. Comp number 3 is the subject, so that's helpful. And then comp number 4 is a large house that's sold on 1781, a really large house that's sold on 1781. It's on the corner of 1781 and Sanctuary Drive. And we noticed them at 1.138, but we proved 1.104. So we don't quite get there. There's an equity value, median value of 1.2. So the CAD's opinion is 1.104. And that's all I have.
So, we're just saying 1,048,000
Yeah, 1,048,000 and
to the current owners.
to the current owner, yeah, in 20 something, 2020.
20,
December of 2020, 1.048.
I don't know, I think.
You get a
choice, but.
with the,
What do you want for?
That's
yes,
where I'm at.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion in reference to case number 2022-1527, case number 58018. After evidence was presented by both parties in addressing Q1 and Q2, the ARB's decision is to reduce the property to 1,104,000 even.
I'll second.
Aye. It's okay.
Hey, so we know what the next one is.
The next case is 1144, 1144 case number. Count 25074.
It's at the top of page 3.
That on the, is there any time?
10 o'clock.
Oh, I'm
Starting 10 o'clock.
sorry.
oh, okay, we can do that.
Then the case number again, from the opponent.
1144, 1144.
Okay, where is
So
it?
just keep moving forward.
Page 3, top of the page.
Thank you, Bill.
10 o'clock docket.
Yeah, opening case ID 2022-1144, account 25074, which is 8 Bimini Drive in Allegro. And under protest is
Q1, Q2.
to another, which may or may not have.
All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Section 1 is the owner's name and address. Section 2 is the property under protest, which is 5 Bimini Drive. Section 3, reasons for protest, Q1, Q2. Section 4 states there's one packet of evidence. Section 5 says on the basis of unequal appraisal and in accordance with Texas State Property Code 42.36.3, we found 7 that are similarly situated that are the same general kind of character that suggests the property is overappraised. Thus, we recommend a value of 717,274. 717,274. Please turn your attention to the uniform and equal section of the appeal in our packet. Section 6 is that they do not intend to appear. Section 7 is the agent name and notary name, signed by William Ostick, and the notary is Lisa Telschik on 10th of July 2022. The next page is an account history, which is showing you from 2019 to 2022, just we call it a roll history, just showing you the different values there that took place. I don't know why 2021 is blank, but it is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're trying to point something out or not, but it is blank. And then there is the value assessment summary. It has that number of 717,274. Aransas residential equity grid. Are these? This is their data, not ours. So you guys can look through that.
At least it's on the same location.
It is in Key Labor. That is very much.
Yeah, that's,
I would agree with that. I would agree with
So did they, just out of curiosity, did they use the same software for plussing and minusing all things? Or
I don't know. I don't know. It's hard for me to tell. It doesn't look that much different than ours, but who knows, really?
They just did equity. They didn't do.
They didn't do sales. They made an equity. And then they have a map here at the bottom, that says, just showing you that all these comps are in the general area, which I will, confirm that they are.
Yeah.
It looks like 717,274 is their number. We'll look at ours. I have no idea
Okay.
what ours is going to say.
Some of these do say though that land value adjustment, class adjustment.
And an effective age adjustment.
Yeah.
They're making some adjustments, which is nice to see. We have a value of 732. So right off the bat, we can see that between us and them, there's not a big difference.
No,
The sales grid reports the value of 882, which is probably the reason they didn't go that route. The sales in Key Labor are pretty strong. The house next door sold. The house 2 doors down sold. There's more than 2 sales on Bimini last year. So it's just active over there. And so we show a median equity value of 789. So from our estimation, our number of 732,600 is supported. In our equity grid, we use class 5 homes, exactly the same class. All of our square footage is pretty close, and we did have to make adjustments on comps 2 and 3 for age, downward adjustments.
They're all on there.
And they're all on there. That's all I have.
I don't see it.
reason lower than the equity
Yeah.
itself. Yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay,
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion in reference case number 2022-1144, account number 25074. It is the ARB's opinion that after evidence was presented from the district and the agents, the owner's agent, that the value remained the same. And we addressed Q1 and Q2 and other was not presented.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Should be at 1499 case ID. Does that seem right?
Yes.
right. Okay, opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1109-15019, which is 40 South Point Circle in April.
Section 1 is the owner's name and address. Section 2 is the property description of the property under protest, which is 40 South Point Circle in Cape Valero. Section 3 is Q1 and Q2 are under protest. Section 4 is that there's one packet of evidence. Section 5, statement of facts. On the basis of unequal appraisal and in accordance with the Texas State Property Code 42.36.3, we found 7 that are similarly situated that are the same general kind of character that suggests the property is overappraised. Thus, we recommend a value of $558,250. Please turn your attention to the uniform and equal section of the appeal summary in our packet, signed by the agent. Section 6 says that they do not intend to appear. Section 7 is the name and signature of the agent and the notary. Then we get to that next page, which is the account summary, which similar to the last one, 21 is a blank.
That's weird.
There must have been a data pull problem or something like that, where they just didn't get the info in here. The next one is the value assessment summary, where they show our market value and their unequal opinion of value, the 558,250. And then we've got some comps. So we've got
Okay, wow.
2 or 3 pages of comps. And they,
Was this wet equity and market or just?
this is equity comp grid. They have 3 pages for an equity comp grid. They're presenting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 equity comps.
So it's their 558,250.
That's
This
their number.
equity, they didn't do.
It's their number.
And they show it.
Yeah, they're all, this is.
All in
they're all,
one.
they're all in
Mhm.
that table there. You said narrow it down to about being all the county.
Or the other side of the county.
Right. Okay, let's look at articles.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. CAD evidence. I was trying to see why there's such a big,
Are they counting for depreciation?
it looks like it. I couldn't tell. But yeah, I mean, it looks like they are, from what I can tell.
They haven't, for effective year, for effective year adjustment, they haven't changed the year.
That, yeah, it could be that someone, when you see a number that we're this far off, it is very possible that what they're not adjusting for is market.
Yeah.
So there's not a market adjustment in here. So what we're seeing is something like, it's possible that this doesn't have a neighborhood adjustment to pull those values back up to show the current market.
But if they were doing depreciation, wouldn't the effective year change?
Well, they do have like in their effective year, where they have effective year in I think comp A, where it's in parentheses 112, 210, that's a negative adjustment. That's why it's in parentheses. And then you'll notice that the column F,
They didn't do it on all of them at all. Most of them, they didn't put anything for differentiation. It's the same year with no minus numbers, but I didn't see.
on the,
I see one there.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe some of them may know.
yeah. The only other thing in here, it's a little bit easier for me if I can match up. If I can match my comp to one of their comps and just kind of look at the data, it's hard for me. One of the things that's hard for me is I can't tell for sure their market value. They don't list it. They list it at the bottom, which makes you think that's an adjusted market value. It's not listed at the top, and then the math flows down. So it's hard. Did you have something different?
Yeah, I mean, since I'm signed in, I can.
Yeah, you can
talk.
talk.
Like comp D, for example, is a distributed value, like the starting off the market value that they use is a distributed value. And so it's not what the district had as the market value. So it's starting off from a different point, just for example, for one of these.
Yeah,
It's not a cost value.
it's a way that you tell the system to not calculate.
It's set by the board or set by something that's been
For some reason.
for some
It could be
reason.
that- It could be that there's damage. There's some reason to bypass the normal calculations and just say, put it at this number for a year. It could be being built.
We don't know what that is.
It's hard to know. It's better to leave those out if you can. Just because they skew data. So this is in Cape Valero. It's on the bay, on the Italian Bend side of the bay. We've got some sales, and one of them is the subject, and sold for $678 in 2021. We have a market value of $670. It's comp number one. Comp number two sold for $830 in 21, and comp number three sold for $720 in 22. Rendering a value of $733, $615 for sales. In our equity grid, we are all on the same street on the bay, and they're all class 6 homes and all over 3,000 square feet. And all, only one of them is, comp number 3 is older. The other two comps are about the same age. We have an equity value of $679. The difference in the equity value compared to our equity and their equity was one of the reasons why I spent a little bit more time just kind of hanging around their data. I was trying to understand it. It's easier for me to understand the data when you look at our grid. At the very top of our grid is the market value. That market value is the market value for the current year. Was $670,430, and then the comps market value is at the top. And then as you flow down, that last indicated value is the adjustment off of that market value. So it's easier for me to see it that way, and I wasn't seeing it that way in their grid, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, it appears to me from their information that they don't have as many pluses and minuses. They look like they're not counting as many categories.
They're not. They're doing a square footage investment.
Whatever.
They're doing 1 square foot of investment.
Yeah.
Um,
Your ours for yours are taking into consideration
Yeah,
all of the factors.
And
there's only some.
I mean, one of the ways that if I was really gonna do like a heavy critique, I would say that in our equity, we spent a lot of time making sure the class in the living area were close. So this is a 3,400 square foot house, and we have comps that are 3,700, 3,500, and 3,300. Those are excellent comps on the same street, almost the same size. and they are the same class. I think their grid is watered down because you'll notice in their equity, they have a 2,200 square foot home, a 2,400 square foot home, a 2,500 square foot home, a 3,700, a 2,700, and a 3,300, and then a 3,500. So in my opinion, they could have left out comp E, C, B, and A. All of those homes are unnecessary. They're all over 1,000 square feet or around 1,000 square feet smaller than the subject, and that's it waters the grid down.
The key thing is that they bought the property for 670,000. It's only been said it's 170,000.
Well, on the card, I'm noticing under remarks, it says added years in class. So the class was changed
Per the listing.
from last year to this year.
Yeah, when they put that listing out and we see the inside,
Okay, so it's a different class.
we often will see, there's, there's no, I don't have pictures of the inside.
Right.
I can tell you that almost all of these homes were heavily damaged and they're all pretty nice now.
Yeah.
Cape Valero did withstand some pretty bad hurricane damage.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
I think we're good.
I think that value is, yeah.
Yes. Make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion in reference to case number 2022-1499, account number 15019. After presentation of evidence from the district and the owner agent rather, it's the opinion of ARB that the value of $670,430 remain the same.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Well, next case is
1506. Next one down the list,
1506.
page 3.
Okay, been on the case on ID 2022-1506, account 17204, 3457 1781 in Coconut Village. Protest is Q1 and Q2.
All right, so again, this is located on 1781, 3457, Loop 1781, Coconut Village. That and the value that we see here will let us know that this house is located on Coconut Bay. It has a Q1 and Q2. What do you call it? Protest. There's one packet in evidence. Section 5 is the statement of facts. On the basis of unequal appraisal and in accordance with Texas State Property Code 42.363, we found 10 that are similarly situated that are the same general kind of character that suggests the property is overappraised. Thus, we recommend a value of $572,428. Please turn your attention to the uniform and equal section of the appeal summary in our packet. Section 6 says I do not intend. Section 7 is the the agent signature and the notary signature. Then we have an account history where there's a roll history of values from 2019 to 2022. Next page shows their number that they're requesting, $572,428. And then we get to their evidence, which is an equity grid. And so you've got, I'll kind of go through these since they are in different locations this time. The first comp is on Fulton Beach Road. The second comp is in Coconut Cove. The third comp is comp C is in Coconut, is on 1781. Comp B is Coconut Cove. Comp E, 1781. Comp F, Holiday Beach. G, Coconut Ridge. H, Coconut Cove. And I, Coconut Cove. Oh, one more. And then one more comp J in Holiday Beach. So, they did, if you look, all the houses are class 5 homes. And it looks like all the comps have a very reasonable square footage. Maybe comp G is a little bit outside of the range with that 2,800 square feet. But for the most part, yeah, that's all we have there. Go to the CAD evidence and just take a look at our cells. We have a value of 631. Our cells report 637. And we just have some cells here on 1781 on Pocono Bay. The subject is a 2019 build. So we've got a couple of 2020 builds. And then a little bit older home here.
Into a home.
It is a very large lot, yeah. They didn't speak a whole lot about sales, so I'm just gonna go to equity. We have an equity value of 648. And we are here on 1781. Class 5 homes. And we have one at 1,200, one at 2,000, one at 1,700. It's a 1,700 square foot home. We have a median value of 648, 751. That's all I have.
Well, I think we'll go to 648, 700. Is that okay with you, Bob?
No, it's not 648, no, it's 631.
631.
The value now.
Yeah, our value is 631.
631.
Oh, I'm on the wrong.
Behind it all. I'm sorry.
It hasn't even changed from last year.
No, I didn't notice that.
Yeah. I looked at the wrong one, excuse me. I got it now. Yeah. So we're at 631, 790.
Yeah.
Okay. A case number case ID number 2022-1506. Account number 17204. It's the ARB's opinion that the value of 631,790 remained the same after all the evidence was presented and Q1, Q2 was addressed.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Yeah, about this next one, the 1522 is, I don't see their,
There was a couple that she didn't have.
she didn't have an affidavit on or something.
I thought 1507 and 1508.
7 and 8, we don't. She scratched off the list.
Which one?
1507 and 1508 is off the list.
Right, and now 1527, which was the one we said we might come back to later, is withdrawn and off the list. And your next one, 1522, is off the list, they've withdrawn.
Good job.
Oh.
Keep doing that.
Yes. I think it would be 1528, right?
We have to go around to the next.
1528.
Okay, 58568. Is that right?
15 what?
I have, on my Kindle, I have 1520.
1528.
Yes,
Oh, way down there. Okay.
yes.
1528, 10 o'clock docket still, but maybe this is our last 10 o'clock.
Jeez.
Yeah. You good?
What page is this one on? 1520, page 4. Sorry, page 4. The bottom of the page. A little bit too. Here it is. 1528, page number 58567.
Open your case, ID 2022-1528, count 58568, which is 711 Highway 35 North. And the protest is 2122.
So the section 1 states the owner's name, Charter Bank. Section 2 is the property description for the property under protest, 711 Highway 35 North. Don't be confused, that's not 711. It's a brand name. This is an address. This is an address. Q1, Q2 under protest. Evidence says there's a packet, and the statement of facts is this: on the basis of unequal appraisal and in accordance with the Texas State Property Code 42.36(3), we found 7 that are similarly situated that are the same general kind of character that suggests the property is overappraised. Thus, we recommend a value of $346,484. Please turn your attention to the uniform and equal section of the appeal summary in our packet. They do not intend to appear at the hearing, and they send in this affidavit signed by the agent and the notary on the 10th of July of 2022. This information is similar to the other ones. This is an account summary showing the history of 2019 to 2022. And then there is a map showing some highlighted properties. I'll let you guys look at that. And there's a land value of median on here. There's a land map details giving you a land value of median at 280,000. Now we've got their commercial equity comp grids. There's one of them. We're comping some stuff. Don't know exactly what those things are, but they are. Yeah.
In range, but we don't know what they are.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but they do have the same basic, they have that commercial class. You see the class down there, it is a commercial class. And there's square footage numbers. Are kind, I would say are fine. I guess I would gripe about B and C being so much smaller, but again, it's a commercial building, so I don't know for sure what they're saying. It also says Aransas commercial grid, commercial income equity comp grid. I don't see on here when they're saying that, usually in appraisal, if you use the word commercial income, what you're saying is that you're valuing them on an income valuation. I'm not for sure that's what this data is saying.
That's a big difference.
It is a big difference.
Good God.
It's big enough difference. So let's go and look and
Yeah.
see. I don't like seeing a big difference like that. Again, this is Charter Bank. So this is the bank that is next to Bay Window. And it's been there for a long time, right? Charter Bank, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Charter Bank,
25 years.
Mhm.
At least 25 years.
we have a cost valuation. We do not have banks on the income valuation. Kind of ironic, but we don't. One of the things you'll notice if you look at our property card is there's an economic adjustment in here. It says 77%. One of the reasons that or maybe the reason that adjustment is in there is this bank sits in a desirable neighborhood and what we call Old Rockport. And so what we're doing is, obviously this is a bank, not a house, and the people who buy in Old Rockport are buying homes. So that negative adjustment is us pulling the value down because the increased values there have to do with people buying residential homes, not buying banks.
But isn't this considered a prime location for a bank? I think
You could argue that, yeah, I mean,
I would, I think it is.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
but we have this adjustment built in here. You know, it's there. So the sales grid, which they're not really disputing, sales, but it does show that we're high on the value. So we have a market value of 797. Our sales indicate 729. And our equity indicates 760 when we comp other banks. And we actually comp this building that we're in right now. So, but the district's opinion is 729 on the basis of the sales grid.
How do they?
It's pretty low. It's pretty low.
Oh,
It's pretty low.
I'm like, whoa. Now this, I'm just curious, count number 3 in the sales grid. Manco S.
Manco South, yeah, Manning, Cove Harbor South.
Okay, where is
So
that?
that's gonna be the land that is across the street from across 35 from Cove Harbor. And it goes to 16th Street, basically, to 9th
Okay.
Street in Rockport. So it's that chunk of land right there, full of homes, mobile homes, RVs.
Is that the old radio station?
I think it is. I think maybe a ministry bought it. Mhm.
Okay, so 729,600, are we okay with that? Okay, I'll make a motion. You're fine. Joe, you're okay? A case ID number 2022-1528, account number 58568. Scott's.
It's okay.
That's okay.
I wrote it down.
Okay, after presentation of the evidence from the district and the owner's agent, addressing Q1 and Q2, the ARB's opinion is to reduce the property assessed value to 729,600.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Scott, we reduced it to 729,600.
729,600.
Yes.
Going to the 130 docket.
Finish the day.
Oh, we can go home.
Yeah. 30 dollars.
130, and it's only.
That first case on here is 1494, so right?
Yes, 1494. It's on page 5, middle of the page.
Okay, opening a case on case item 2022-1494, account 12118, which is 620 South Fulton Beach Road, apartment 206, in the Lakeville North condominiums. Your protest is Q1 and Q2.
Got the owner's name in section 1. Section 2 is the property under protest, 620 South Fulton Beach Road, apartment 206, Lake or North condominiums. Section 3, Q1, Q2. Section 4 says there's one packet of evidence, and section 5, statement of facts or arguments. It says requested value 290,000. Section 6 is the hearing type. I do not intend to appear at the hearing. They send in this affidavit. The agent has signed and the notary has signed, and this is the 10th of July, 2022 for the signature. What is today? The 11th, today's the 11th, right? Okay. Property owner's statement of marketability. So, property ID is 12118, May 11th, 2022, includes information about PID 12103, 620 South Fulton Beach Road, Unit 206. This condo has not been restored from Hurricane Harvey damage as of January 1, 2021, but the restoration of the interior was complete as of January 1, 2022. The primary consideration regarding this value is a pending lawsuit with the contractor and the Allegra North condominiums, which every unit is a 1/92nd party to. The lawsuit is scheduled for trial in August or September. Depending on the outcome of the lawsuit, each unit has exposure of approximately $70,000 expense.
They got killed over them.
There are reports of owners having difficulty selling their units due to the pending lawsuit. More information on the lawsuit on June 13th, 2022 includes information about 12103. The complex, including our units, sustained substantial damage from Hurricane Harvey. The initial company, which did some mitigation work, filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit in October of 2019 after our association stopped payment due to overbilling, defective and unnecessary work that added no value and resulted in further restoration delays. To date, mediation attempts have failed. Our civil jury trial is currently scheduled to begin on August 1st of 2022. This has resulted in excessive assessments to cover legal fees, and our properties have been placed at an extreme disadvantage for resale. Our units are currently not on the market, but we understand potential buyers are reluctant to even consider purchasing in the complex due to the uncertainty of the outcome of the trial and the ongoing assessments to cover legal fees. Then there is a thing here from the Texas Property Tax Code with a highlight of 23.013 market data comparison method of appraisal. On D, whether a property is comparable to the subject property shall be determined based on similarities with regard to location, square footage of lot and improvements, property age, property condition, property access, amenities, views, income, operating expenses, occupancy, and the existence of easements, deed restrictions, or other legal burdens affecting marketability. Okay, CAD evidence. Let's just take a look. We're in the Allegra North. We are dealing with a complete condo. And we have a value of $364,590. Building 2. This is building 2. So this is going to be the buildings that you park under. Right. Building 2. Yeah, 200. Yeah. Building you park under. Okay. All right. What do we got here? So we have a sale in January of 22 for $398. And we have a sale in June of 2021 for $360. And a sale in September of 21 for $341, showing a median value of $368 from a sales comparison approach. And then our median value is $365,910 because we're able to comp identical structures where we have valued everybody with the same kind of valuation. So
Go back to the sales for a minute.
sure.
Now he's talking about the fact that these are difficult to sell, which I think they are. So we had, how many sales did we have? They were in,
We showed
one in 2022,
yeah.
one in 2021.
So read 22 is just January, just this year.
Yeah.
So they're aware of this lawsuit.
Wasn't that lawsuit settled though? Didn't we hear that? It's not yet.
It was supposed to be go to court in April, but I don't know what happened. Apparently it's not coming before this, but these
According to his
people
evidence.
that's assessed are unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know how they.
They had $34,000 assessments, and now they could be potentially over $1,000 assessment.
Oh, geez.
Wow.
Yeah.
On the sales grid, all the comparables are not park unders, though, are they?
None of them.
No.
Yeah, none of them are. Kind of rare, actually, with those.
And location wise, in the complex, the sales are in the same building. No, it can't be because
They're not.
They're not.
They're not in the same building.
This area would be considered a better area.
Yeah, if you show this is a Allegro North. This is, it's either this building or this building. One of them's 2, one of them's 3, or 200 and 300. I don't remember.
Mhm,
So these are that's premium Allegro North right there.
yeah.
Those are the only 2 that have parking.
Oh,
Yeah,
those are the-
I mean, they're premium from the sense that, I guess they're premium. You can park underneath them. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, those are parking lots. The
Yeah.
others, the
I mean, I would actually argue that's a pretty awesome building because of the view, so I'll be careful with that. I mean, this is a pretty awesome view also. You're looking,
Yeah,
but anyways, the sales that we're reporting are in here.
okay.
They're in here. We're reporting sales in here, or potentially even in here. Yeah,
Okay.
anything but this.
Actually, no, I didn't.
I agree that selling one of these is tough. Unless the owners decide they'll pay the 60,000 or whatever it ends up being. So I wouldn't want to buy one in the back.
No. It'd be kind of-
But it's still not sold, so, you know, I don't know.
Mhm.
So ones that are
The
sold.
increase of value change with, they're finished inside but not outside, or they're done, okay.
He said on January 1, 2021, it was not completed on January 21, 2022, it was completed.
It was
So it was completed. So-
Because I was thinking that the value is really. It's
From
on,
last year's value, right?
yeah, it's what, 200, basically 200,000, which is. Higher than, I mean, that's double. But you're going from an unfinished to a finished.
Well, you follow on this one. So-
Yeah, and
So what was their opinion?
290, I can't get down to 290, but I was thinking. Based on their evidence. And correct me if I'm out of line in that pending lawsuit. I'd go with a value of 300,000. And I'm open to suggestion.
The difference of,
64. That's 74,000. You want, maybe we could divide that.
the difference is,
Uh-huh.
so about 75,000.
So if you have that 75,000, it comes to 327,290. So, I mean, it's, throw it there, maybe that.
I really kind of feel like. Problem unit, they're all problem numbers.
Yeah.
You don't see very many sales on there. So,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
327?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not, you know.
Well,
Yeah, because I think 3,000 is a little low, 327.
327,200. Is that okay? Okay, I'm gonna make a motion in reference to case number 2022-1494. After addressing Q1 and Q2 and the presentation of the evidence from the district and the owner's agent, the ARB is of the opinion that the value be reduced to 327,200.
I'll second.
Okay, let's vote. The next case is
Next case is 1505.
Yes, it's right under that price.
Okay, opening hearing on case ID 2022-1505. 17031, which is 12 Donald Lane in Coconut Ridge Lakeside. Under protest is Q1. Checks.
Okay, so the owner's name, section 1, section 2 is the address, 110 Donald Lane, Q1, Q2 are under protest. Section 4 is that there's one packet of evidence. Section 5, on the basis of unequal appraisal and in accordance with the Texas State Property Code 42.36, we found 5 that are similarly situated that are the same general kind of character that the property is overpriced. Thus, we recommend a value of 385, 159. Please turn your attention to uniform and the uniform and equal section of the appeal summary. They sent in this affidavit because they do not intend to appear. The agent and the notary have signed it 10th of July of 2022. And I'm going to turn over the evidence to you guys here. The last 3 pages show the comps for their valuation of their opinion, 385, 159.
We're all on Coconut Ridge Road.
That's good.
Well, except that means they are on the bay if there's seaside, if they're waterside. Or, let's see. Yeah, how do you tell if they're on the water?
The easiest way to tell is if they're, the quickest way to tell is just their land value. Like, if their land value is high, I would say just from me quickly looking, just all of these comps are on the water. Yeah.
Oh, the point of the line in the roads.
Yeah.
Looks like they were either on the water or on the canal.
Yeah.
No, 602 is on the canal, because I was 388, so that's even further down.
We have we have this property's on Donald Lane. We have the district has a median sales value of 468. We have a market value of 396, showing us to be out of balance with the current market, but our equity shows 394, showing us we're a little bit high actually from an equity standpoint. And that's comping a couple of houses on Donna also like the subject, and then Coconut Ridge Road, we end up at 394. They requested 385.
Pretty close.
394.
That's $10,000.
You're at 394.5.
Mhm.
Yeah. You ready for a motion? Okay, I make a motion in reference to case ID number 2022-1505. Account number 17031, addressing Q1 and Q2. The ARB is of the opinion that the value be reduced to $394,500.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, happens.
Count is 1509.
Yeah,
Count 22.
page 5. Oh, I'm sorry, page 6.
Okay, opening case ID 2022-1519, count 20291, which is 210, I'm sorry, 2210 King Charles Block 4 in Harbor Oaks. And then our redemptions on the account, and then it's Q1 and Q2.
All right, so this is 2210 Cape Charles in Harbor Oaks, Unit 1. That's the property under protest. Section 3 here is the reason for protest, Q1, Q2. Section 4 says there's one packet in the evidence. Section 5, on the basis of unequal appraisal and in accordance with the Texas State Property Code 42.36.3, we found 7 that are similarly situated that are the same general kind of character that suggests the property is overappraised. Thus, we recommend a value of $559,247. Please turn your attention to the uniform and equal section of the bill summary in our packet. This is signed by the agent and notary on the 10th of July, 2022. They do not intend to appear at the hearing. There is a history and a summary, their evidence, and then there is an equity grid.
Lakeview Drive is in Children.
This Lakeview Drive is in Harbor Oaks.
Harbor Oaks.
Yes, ma'am.
Wrong.
Mhm.
In a busy area. They came up with 559,247.
559,247.
They're paying $40,000.
Yep. And when we look over at ours, I will. In 2020, this property sold for $575. In November of 2020. We currently have a median value for sales at $655. And a median equity value of $609. Comping, it's a class 6 home, 1,700 square feet. We're comping 5 and 6 and 6 and 5 and square footage. When you look at our square footage, we have an 1,800, the subject is 1,700 square feet. We have an 1,800, we have a almost 2,600. We have a 1,700 and we have a 2,468. We're adjusting for those, but they are larger. They're larger. We have a median value for equity at 609.
Was anything taken into consideration whether the property car and the fact the properties at the very end of the canal?
There is not anything in consideration for that. For an end of canal adjustment, there's nothing in there. If there was an end of canal adjustment in there, it would be, it would change your value to, okay.
Or front buds, that matters.
I don't think it does. Not a whole lot. 36, 601. So plus. It would change your value to 564. If we adjusted that for end of canal.
564.
Yeah, I think end of canal deserves to have a reduction. Where the other properties were, that were selected, no locations. You can look at that. Or
Could you see a pull back on the picture, just a little,
Yep.
get a better idea of this, it's in.
It's right there. It's that that one right there. That's
Okay.
nice.
And I just pulled back.
Zoom out some stuff.
But I was thinking the place and it's actually on Fulton Beach Road.
Yeah, this is Fulton. Well, this is Fulton Beach Road. This is, I don't know what that is, Crescent or some other road.
It's Lakeview.
Lakeview, yeah, Lakeview.
Okay,
Restaurant,
okay.
And then you have the Capes. Cape
Yeah.
McKinley, Cape Charles, Cape something, and Cape something else.
Okay, and I was trying to figure out that parking lot.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's the gym,
yes, that's correct. Not anymore.
not anymore. What
happened to that? They closed it? We bought it. The church that we bought, Hope Church, just bought it.
The gym.
The whole thing.
The church, wow.
Mhm. Yeah, we bought it from here to like right there. And then this is a separate thing.
What church?
So all those doctors and everything are gonna.
They get to fulfill their,
Contracts.
yeah.
What is Hope Church?
It's a church plant in Rockport. The new church in Rockport.
I've seen the sign.
I thought they were gonna build
That's a lot of property.
Yeah, then we'll talk about, we can talk about that later.
Yeah. Okay, so,
To reiterate Kathy's point was if there was a, yeah, it would be 560, the value would change to 564.
That's less than last year.
yeah, I don't know about that.
Can you go back to, want to go back to last?
I can go back to last, I'll go back to last year's rather than go lower. You all okay with that? Okay, case ID number 2022-1509, account number 20291. After discussion from the district and the agent, the owner agent, the ARB is of the opinion that the value be reduced to $575,670, which is last year's value. And we took into consideration the end of the canal adjustment.
One second.
That makes sense.
All those in favor?
Aye, opposed?
Next account is 1523, which is right below this one. Opening a case on ID 2022 1523, the account 52086, which is 545 North Commercial Street in Aransas Pass.
Let's see. Here it is. Okay. All right. Here, evidence. Section 1 is the owner's name. Section 2, 545 North Commercial Street in Aransas. Q1 and Q2 are under protest. Section 4, we have one packet of evidence, and Section 5 is the statement of facts. On the basis of unequal appraisal and in accordance with Texas State Property Code 4236-3, we found two that are similarly situated that are the same general kind of character that suggests the property is overappraised. Thus, we recommend the value of $352,058. Please turn your attention to the uniform equal section of the appeal summary in our packet. And this is signed by the agent and notary on the 10th of July of 2022. They do not intend to appear at the hearing, so we're using this affidavit. Just like the other evidence packages we've been looking at, there's a history and there's a summary. And then there's going to be an equity. And these, I'll let you guys look at that.
What is this a building? I mean,
This is a motel.
it's a motel.
Yes, ma'am. This is a
That is
motel.
common to two other motels.
2 other motels, that's correct. Then they are, I will find plus 2. And then they're taking an average of those 2 indicated values from comp A and B. They're adding those up and dividing by 2 and getting a median equity value of 489,998. And we have a valuation of 594, and I believe we have our hotels on an income valuation. So
Didn't they come up with a opinion of value of 352.
350, yeah.
Oh, let's go back and look at that. You're right, well. Did it say that?
Yeah, opinion, we recommend value. 352, but your figures show
But in their summary.
No, value, yeah, 489.
489,998. Yeah, that's one of those things where, it's just up to you guys how y'all wanna interpret that. I'll say that the 489,998, the value assessment summary, it looks like it's coming directly off of their comp equity grid, median equity value, 489,998. I don't see on here where the opinion that was written in at 352, I don't see it. It doesn't mean it's not here somewhere, I just don't see it. I wish I did actually, so I could just say.
that's the only reference to it that I could see.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. In our evidence, this is a motel that's in Aransas Pass. It's right across the street from the spaghetti bowl of roads. There's this part of Aransas where all those roads gonna do their thing. That's north, that's south. And there's a donut shop across the street. It's Aransas. And we have an income valuation here where we have a cap rate. Overall, we have a high cap rate. Of 12. And in case everybody, I'm not sure if everybody remembers, but the higher the cap rate, the lower the value. So we have a 12.2 cap rate. That is overall, meaning the taxes are loaded into that. We're getting our cap from CoStar, we're purchasing it. And then when we look at how are we valuing other motels that are similar in class? It's kind of hard to see in here, but you can, if you look kind of to the right of the middle, you'll see cap rate. We're putting a 10 cap, and then we're adding in the tax rate cap, the tax rate percentage, adding those together, and that gives you your cap rate. So that's how you would do it. If you're going to say, what's this? How would you value this? And include the taxes in the rate, not in the expense. So if you would add those two together to get up the cap rate, and that would cover your investment for having taxes included.
They didn't do an income method.
I don't know. It's hard for me to tell in their data, what they're representing there.
Last year's value was 275. Why such a big increase?
We can look. Yeah, but I think it was a damaged building.
And, okay.
I think this was a damaged building. There was a long period of time where everything on the inside was sitting on the outside.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Mattresses were stacked.
I guess that's why it says motel looks like it's open and people are staying there.
Something that could be a little bit helpful, Scott, if you'll go to Picto on this. Oh, wait, if you'll try to go there on Pic, see if it'll take you there.
It did not.
It did not, so we're still under.
I'm trying to log in again, and I can just drive us there.
Well, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to see if it would show us 2017. The hurricane year. I just wanted to see what. But what you could do, Scott, is what would be easier is if you would look at 2021, since there's an increase, and let us know in 2021 how we came about our value. Why don't you do that?
All right, I'm here. The value was a distribute value.
Okay, so we were singling out a certain number because of a settlement.
And the cost was not much higher. The cost value is not much
Was there
higher.
an adjustment in the card
On
on cost?
I'm not seeing something on there.
Okay.
As that. We just may have been on cost value there because the cost was low on that. Let's see if we can get. Why this doesn't want to go there, I can't move it,
Don't worry about it.
get there at all.
It's okay. That's all I have, guys. That's all I have.
Their opinion that I is 49 land in eight. And we're 594, so.
I kind of met them in the middle,
I don't know, well,
but yeah,
I did he do our comps?
they did. Oh, he did, he actually
Oh, we
did
got
income.
email, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the location, I'm sure you guys will.
Yeah.
It's pretty small. It's all.
Mhm.
I mean, it comes up on.
Yeah, I keep it
Yes.
with 542. What I did is, you know, I have that, the difference between what they wanted and what the district has. And I took half of that and I came up with 542,000. I don't know if y'all agree with that or not.
Yeah, I would like to see it lower, not the last year's and not today.
Right.
I don't know what to do.
542,300, okay. I make a motion in reference to 2022, 1523, account number 52086, addressing Q1 and Q2. The ARB is of the opinion that the value be reduced to 542,300.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes. Next one is case 1523, can we just do that one?
I don't think so.
The one you just did.
We just did that one. It's 1574.
That's right underneath. Okay. Hearing on case ID 2022-1874, count 12103, which is 620 Fulton, South Fulton Beach Road, apartment 105, which is the Allegro North condominiums. Again, and addressing incorrect, Q1.
Okay, section 1 is the owner's name. Section 2 is the property description, property under protest, which is 620 South Fulton Beach Road, apartment 105, Allegro North. We have a Q1, Q2 protest, one packet of evidence, and requested value is $309,000. They do not intend to appear at the hearing. The agent and notary have signed on the 10th of July, 2022. Property owner's statement on the profitability. Property ID 12118, May 11th, 2022, includes information about PID 12103. They are unit 105, and then this says unit 206. And this condo has not been had not been restored from Hurricane Harvey damage as of January 1 of 2021, but the restoration of the interior was complete as of January 1 of 2022. The primary consideration regarding this, the value is pending lawsuit of contractor and the Allegro North condominiums, which every unit is a 1/92nd party to. The lawsuit is scheduled for a trial in August or September of 2022, depending on the outcome of the lawsuit. Each unit has exposure of approximately $70,000 expense. There are reports of owners having difficulty selling their units due to the pending lawsuit. More information on the lawsuit, June 13th of 2022, includes information about PID 12103. The complex, including our units, sustained substantial damage from Hurricane Harvey. The initial company which did some mitigation work filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit in October of 2019 after our association stopped payment due to overbilling, defective, and unnecessary work that added no value and resulted in further restoration delays. To date, mediation attempts have failed. Our civil jury trial is currently scheduled to begin August 1st, 2022. This has resulted in excessive assessments to cover legal fees, and our properties have been placed at an extreme disadvantage for resale. Our units are currently not on the market, but we understand potential buyers are currently not on the market, but we understand potential buyers are reluctant to even consider purchasing in the complex due to the uncertainty of the outcome of the trial and the ongoing assessment of the legal fees. This also has a page here where the Texas property tax code, which says whether a property is comparable to the subject property shall be determined based on similarities with regard to location, square footage of lot and improvements, property age, property condition, property access, amenities, views, income, operating expenses, occupancy, any existence of easements, deed restrictions, or other legal burdens affecting marketability. What we have is, you guys have seen this from us already, I believe, today. We have a value of 379. We have a median sales value of 367, showing us to be whatever that is, 13,000 so dollars high from sales and equity. It's just basically the same units being compared. So that's it.
What, I forget, on the other one that we had, we adjusted that.
We did.
Yeah, 37.3 down.
So we took something off.
Yes.
Mhm.
So we already have to lower this to at least 367, 141.
Mhm. Mhm.
Do y'all remember the number you put on the other one?
We were down 37,300 less than the district's number.
Okay, so
Comes to 342,190.
okay.
Yes, it's a different building. And
It's not a park under. I don't know how that would affect.
I don't need to, but just so that you guys know on that, I mean, for your own frame of reference, in the other account, you removed around 37,000,
Mhm.
and it's basically the same evidence.
Mhm.
It's your decision. I'm just wanting to.
How much, 47,000?
37.3 was the reduction. It brings it down to 342,190.
Yeah. That's good.
okay, so you're already taking that off. So the new number would be what?
342,190.
Okay. I will make a motion in reference to case ID number 2022-1574, account number 12103, addressing Q1, Q2, after evidence was presented by the district and the owner agent. The ARB is of the opinion that the value is that the assessed value be reduced to 342,190.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Yes. Okay, we're in 3 o'clock.
Or 3.
Back for a second?
We're just gonna get some coffee.
Yeah, let's stretch.
Yeah, let's get a stretch and then finish up this last little
There's
section.
only three
Well,
left. There's only three left.
I was gonna ask, that's why I'm here. Well, and I don't know if you noticed, but 1519 and 1534 are withdrawn. 1534,
These three from 3 o'clock left.
yes, that's right.
So we have-
But 64664 is also withdrawn,
Which one?
64664.
which is case 1588.
Okay.
So we don't have 1519, 1534, or 1588.
We do have 1495,
Yes,
1586, and 1595.
right. And there's an option here. If you wanted me to check with the agent and see if it is agreeable with him, that we just move forward with tomorrow's docket, possibly even the next day, and finish when we can.
Sure. I'm good with that.
Yes,
Give me,
We're here.
and then that would give you a couple days off. Yeah,
We have it all
yes.
week or just on Tuesday, Wednesday?
yeah, Thursday's something different, but this would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
How many would we have? I
Tomorrow,
mean, if we start out in today, how many do we have left?
It's 106 or 8 to start with, right?
yeah, there's been a lot of withdrawals, that's put together tomorrow, so we would just, move into that next. And my best guess is maybe we can finish today.
Okay, I'm game with that.
Really, we have tomorrow.
Sound like a challenge.
What does the district think?
The district thinks it's up to them.
Okay.
I need to know what numbers.
We are all out.
But if you. All of these on 7,
They said there's only 3 left for the 3 o'clock docket, so let's look up here.
yeah, because I don't
Let's
think.
look up through the comments and get them for you.
Okay, she put it on here
Yeah. Well, it's got a bunch on there, but there's been a bunch full.
already. Right, that's.
Let me look here real quick. Scott was saying there were only 3 left for the 3 o'clock docket, and that finishes this batch that we have drawn today.
I guess I'll just deal with it when it happens. Well, I was bad this weekend.
What did you do?
My little grandson had a birthday, 12 years old, and we had a delicious cake.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Were you at your house?
No, I was
There's
at.
no limit when.
Oh. All right, I'll tell my doctor that.
Tell me. That overruled.
Yeah, and we went swimming and he had the best time. 12 years old. I can't believe that, darling. I'm so old. Oh, and I have 3 great grandchildren.
Oh, my God. I have 7.
Greats. Oh, that's so wonderful. My
They're all over
mom
the country. I've never seen, from Alaska to Canada to New Jersey.
wow, nice trips.
Keep you busy visiting all of them.
Not going, you know what?
You gotta come see me, right?
I did all my traveling last year.
Yeah.
I'm done. You guys want to see me, you're getting your horses to get out.
That's right.
The travel situation, it's just.
Oh, it's horrible.
I wouldn't fly from
I don't want to get stuck in.
I'm so scared about flying and not.
International will be fine. I'm saying that's not so much an issue.
Mhm.
But still, if you're in a foreign country and you get sick,
That's what I'm concerned about. But you know what, you
If
can't
you're
live your life
high
that
tour,
way.
it's not, you really got to, much of that 60-point cancel.
Right. I mean, we don't have control of that. I'll look at
You're gonna
it.
have a ship, right? You sailing
We
sometime?
were flying to Italy and sailing. Should be down to Greece.
Thank doctor.
Yeah. I'm getting seasick. But that shouldn't be rough because it's inland, it's
Is it a river cruise?
it's the Asiatic Sea, is that what you call
it's on the
it?
Mediterranean,
It's on the Mediterranean.
which should not be as
Well,
active as
yeah,
as Caribbean.
So, or where's this hurricane forming? There's one, it's a category.
I thought it was Atlantic, and then somebody said something else, and I thought, that doesn't make sense. So,
It's already category 3, whatever.
already.
first they said everything was gonna go East Coast. And now they're saying, maybe not.
And they're like, yeah, maybe, I tell you what, the meteorologists, they get real excited around this time of the year because they have something to do now.
Yes, you have something else to talk about.
Well, mostly it's going to heat.
Yes, not just the heat. And I keep getting these these alerts.
Alerts from Corpus, yeah.
Yeah,
About the air quality.
No, it's about the heat
About
index,
the heat
it's about
index.
anything, if it's got an undertow on the beaches, they warn you about that, which is basically warn you, but sometimes it's 2 or 3 times a day, and you just.
Well, I know there's a hurricane somewhere, I just don't know what. where it is.
Are you looking it up?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the weather. I mean, the temperature 90 degrees and the index of already on one. Not Saturday and Sunday it showed rain, but that's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right, I know. It showed rain last week too.
And you noticed how good that was.
Yeah, I can go ahead whenever you want.
Start? Well, very much. It might be something to say.
Oh, yeah, I can do it if you, I mean, I'm sorry,
Oh, okay,
I can do them, it's not here, so. Don't wait.
Live here. Okay, we're gonna open a case on, oh, okay. Case ID 2022-1495, account 13417. On 1501 Bay House, which is the Bay House condominiums, unit 501.
You guys should continue on with that one for a bit. I'll be back.
We'll be here.
Yeah, Scott will handle.
Sorry, account number one.
It's,
13417.
top of page 7, account 13417.
Gotcha.
Scott.
Go first.
All right. The property owner's affidavit of evidence, I'll read into the record. The property owner is James A. Farnworth, address 71448 Round Rock Road, Dallas, Texas. The property description is 1501 Bay House. It's Bay House condominiums unit number 1501 and 118th interest in common elements. Reason for protest are incorrect appraised or market value, and property is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet, and the statement of factual arguments are on the basis of unequal appraisal and in accordance with Texas State Property Code 42.36.3. We found 5 that are similarly situated, that are the same general kind of character that suggests the property is over appraised. Thus, we recommend a value of $327,687. Please turn your attention to the uniform and equal section of the appeal summary in our packet. Most respectfully, William Osterdick. And here in type is I do not intend to appear in person. And that is signed in Bear County by William Osterdick and notarized by Lisa Telchik. And below is the property owner's evidence for you all to review.
All day. I have trouble with their comments because they just, I don't see that.
They haven't done any
Yeah,
adjustments.
there's not, even if they do, they're just not.
Well, they're only on a couple of things,
Yeah.
and it's usually things that will help them.
Exactly. That's correct.
Yeah, right.
That's correct.
Good point, Jody.
They have 327.
Yes.
Let's look at the CAD chart.
All right. There's where it is. It's in unit.
I know it's an end.
It's on the ARB, good spot now.
Looking at them.
District has 340,970 on the property, and here are sales. These are sales in Bay House area. They're Bay House condos, and the sales indicate $356,000 compared to the market value of 340. Sale in 21 of 340,000, one for 322,000, another for 304, all indicating a value of 356. And then there are equities, equity comps. These are ones that are ideally in that same building, close together there. This one is a unit that's 2 square feet smaller, and that's next door to the subject. And then there's another one that's 100 square feet smaller. It's a little bit down further in the unit. And then there's another one that's 3 down It's a little bit smaller also. They indicate a value of 340,839, indicating a small decrease of $100, $150. That's all.
300,
Mhm.
that's a great location.
Yes, it is.
They were at 3.7. Oh,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'd say 348, 340,
340.
340,000.
800,
800 or just 340?
340.
Let's-
340.
yeah, let's give it
340.
Case ID number 2022-1494, make a motion, account number 13417, addressing Q1 and Q2. After evidence was presented by the district and the owner's agent, the ARB is of the opinion that the value be reduced to $340,000 even.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. I'm gonna make sure to pick out things that we're not supposed to hear and stuff. The next one would be
Yeah, are we going,
151512, is that right? No,
I'm not
The
sure.
next one is 1586.
thank you.
1586.
Yeah, you're right, 'cause- so are we not,
AJ.
we're not addressing 1515 and 1519?
We did this.
Okay,
No, no,
no, okay, so I'm just gonna go to the next one, not worry on that.
So on 15.
1586.
There is that.
That's on page 8, bottom of the page.
All right, okay, the case on case ID 2022-1586, account 52675, which is 2709 Shell Ridge Road.
Who's the property owner?
Excuse me?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm just interrupting. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Q1 and Q4 in the protest.
Where the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. The property owner is Terry and Nancy Bellows, 110 Commerce Street in Furio, Texas. Property description is 2709 Shell Ridge Road.
This is just.
That it's Manning, block 442, lot 3, east part of 10 foot of 4 and waterfront east. And the reason for protest is incorrect appraised market value and property is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet. The statement of factual arguments is request value $129,603. $129,603. And the hearing type is I do not intend to appear here in person and this evidence can be used. I do not appear. The sign in Bear County by William Osterdy, and it is notarized by Lisa Telchik. And below you'll find the property owner's evidence for your
What
review.
is, what on the map, what is the blue?
That's the property,
That's the property. They don't have access to those.
to the back
Or
part.
the east, whatever you call them, waterfront east or west, whatever. So the back part of your property is not. and
That's not there.
It's a
Well-
small piece of property.
it's big enough to put a house on, that's all you want.
Yeah, exactly. There's all kinds of other ones too. The only negative to it is both, some of the other properties just don't have access to that. Sure they do. I'm good.
Well, mostly,
No,
I'm surprised that usually the property across the road on the water is theirs.
that's the one we're
No,
addressing.
Not always. But you still have the view.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Ray Scott,
It's, property value $244,700. It's, waterfront here. It has a section of waterfront east also in it.
yes,
Right here, this, right here.
yeah,
Um,
the blue part is their property.
and, so these are sales in the area. There's one sale on Shell Ridge Road and, it's sold for $332,000. For a 9,000 square foot piece for 332,000, indicates the higher value because of the sale. There's a piece here on Water Street that sold in 2020, 6,000 square feet, sold for 350. And another piece here on Water Street, also sold, and sold for 305. Indicating a little bit lower value, but together they indicate the median value of 271,000, which well supports the value of 244 we have on the property. And this is there are then some equity comps, and these are just areas. They're on a land table for this area. They're all on this table, and you can see some of them are larger for vacant pieces of land. Some of them are larger. And they all indicate that the value of 244,700 is a good value. That's it.
These other properties are larger, but it's taken into consideration, so. I'm fine.
I'm doing this, yeah.
I don't think we can do it.
Okay, I'll make a motion in reference to, case ID number 2022-1586. Account number 52675. After evidence was presented from the district and the owner's agent, the ARB is of the opinion that the value remained the same of 244,700.
I'll check.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, next case.
1595 is the next one.
Is that the last one for 3 o'clock, don't they?
It is. We need to get Val after this to let us know where we're going.
Last one.
Woo!
We're last of the reason.
Right.
Open case on case item 2022, there's 1595. Account 88194484, which is 2954 South Highway 35 bypass. And Q122 under protest.
All right, I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence of the record. The property owner is RSF Constructions LLC. And the address is 4833 Saratoga Boulevard, PMB number 423, Corpus, Texas. Property description is 2954 South Highway 35 bypass. It's more farm tracts. ET of lots 25 to 28 acres, 11.747. Reason for protest or incorrect market and unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet. The statement of facts or arguments is request value $150,000, value out of line. And the hearing type is I did not intend to appear in hearing in person by telephone conference call. This affidavit can be used another year. And it's signed by William Oskadek in Bear County, and it is notarized by Lisa Telchik. And there is no evidence for you all to look at. So I'll go into the district evidence. The district. Sure.
Where?
is that?
Market.
This market.
It's here,
Market's there.
Pearl is
okay.
here.
Up there,
Pearl,
right there.
2165 is here, Pearl Point is right there.
Oh.
So, wait, I have to get my bearings.
So what street is that on?
It's on the bypass.
What's the cross street there?
There isn't one.
Oh, okay, so you would be exiting to come into Rockport on
You'd be, if you were
17.
going north, you'd exit off at Market this way, coming this way, it would be Pearl.
This is Market right
It's
there.
halfway.
Market right there, you're driving along from Market,
Where's the
and
water?
it's here on your right.
Be across the highway and down right there.
There it is, okay, I know where I'm at.
That's the city of Rockport water tower.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right, we have $293,000 on this 11.7 acres. And, there it is again, and, these are some sales in the area. There's, this property sold for $300,000 in May 21.
So it's so.
And then there's another one here on FM 3036. These are kind of commercial sort of type properties. It's sold for $250,000. It's only 6 acres. And then there's a third property sold for $250,000, and it is 6 acres, 6.5 acres, and they indicated value together a weighted value of $377,000, which well supports the $293,000 we have on the property. Close to we have close to the sale price that this property sold for, the $300,000 on the property. Then these are others that are on the land table, and they're near the subject property, and there are other pieces of land on the bypass there that indicate that land table indicates that this property is on the land table and fairly valuable.
Page 193,684, so that's it.
It's hard to argue that.
That's where we're at, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, case side, make a motion in reference to case ID number 2022-1595, account number 8819484. Addressing Q1 and Q2, after evidence was presented by the district and the agent. Owner's agent, the ARP is of the opinion that the value remained the same.
No second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. That takes care of-
All right.
Wow. Wouldn't it be great if we could go home?
You want what?
I said, wouldn't it be great if we could go home?
Not today, you go on next Tuesday.
Was it 3 days ago or 3 days?
3 days.
That's what she said, right? If we
And we've already
come
knocked
back-
out today,
Days, yeah.
so we're fixing to start tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, then we would be all tomorrow in Wednesday.
Yes,
Yeah,
Couldn't have 3 days off.
we had Tuesday and Wednesday, and come back Thursday. You said
no, I don't
Thursday,
know if we can get all of
another
them.
docket, I don't know.
I don't know.
There were, I don't know how many they settled, it started out like a
Oh.
180.
Well, they were.
So evidently
supposed to be
they're still
21
settling
or
it.
so in this.
I think we could, work till 100 or 12.
Yeah, and come back and do as many as we can.
Yeah,
And,
we can, yeah,
you know, if we just have to come back. to the
106.
that would still be.
there's 106 total to start with, we don't know what's,
Okay, I'm not-
Ready? Are you ready for the letter?
I guess we could still understand.
What do you, just give it in.
Now we're doing letters and such, you know.
We're gonna do letters first.
Yeah, and then there'll be some more coming up. They're getting the affidavits and things together right now.
They're,
We knocked off a whole day.
they're getting,
Getting very efficient.
Okay.
They're getting one last letter scanned into to the tablet,
Okay.
and then, she'll bring in all the letters for you to read.
Okay.
So,
Trying to get.
So how was the meeting?
the meeting for Scott,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I listened to it. He did a really good job. There was a couple of things that, he had that were, I don't believe communicated, to the commissioner's court that they all understood what he was saying. And then it was further exasperated when the chairman of the board of directors went up there. So they didn't quite understand. There was two different 95%. And so there's the 95% capture. And for what that is, and we're on an open meeting right now. So if hypothetically, if you had 100 properties that were protested, and they all had $1,000 worth of value, that would represent $100,000, right? What we're saying, the 95% is that we would have heard 95 of those cases. The value that's associated for the number of cases that's heard. That's one of the 95%, or the 5%, less than 5%. So that was not, I don't believe, from what I could hear in the commissioner's court, I don't believe that was clearly understood.
And it was because they asked a question?
They asked it, yeah, there was a lot of back and forth.
Was the district there also, or just?
No, they didn't ask me, I was not invited, so it was the, Scott, was asked to, make a presentation. And then, Jack Wright was asked to make a presentation. Scott was about 25, 23 minutes. Jack was about. They asked me to make a presentation about what the board of directors does. Board of directors and your ARB.
Oh, sure, the board of directors.
Of the district.
Of the district, yeah. There's two different boards. There's the board of directors, and then there's you're the ARB, and you serve two very different purposes. And Jack did describe this very proficiently, is that the amount of things that you have to review is huge. The amount of things that the board of directors have to review is important, but they're very small number of duties. It's to evaluate the chief. Right. Quantitatively, yes. They do an important job. They look at the budget, they amend budgets, they do budget resolutions, they approve or disapprove the budget, they do an evaluation of the chief and a human resources evaluation, and they provide for the operations of the district. Meaning, they do all the things to like make sure that we got this building back the way it was. They have to make sure that the district is properly staffed and properly run.
Is that other paid position?
Yeah.
No, they're like us, yeah, even worse.
Well, we get paid, but
Even worse.
don't get paid anything.
Huh?
Are they paid anything?
Board of directors.
Oh, I'd rather be on this.
So the other 95% that they were not understanding was the local value as it relates to the property value study, which is between 95% and 105%, that we say what things are worth, and they look at the whole of our entire role. And then they do samples within certain categories. A1 categories are residential. B are like, duplexes and stuff. C are vacant land. D is agriculture. E is agriculture and improvements. F is commercial. You go on down the road. So they do those analysis, and they do what's called a property value study. The comptroller does that every 2 years. And you have to fall between the 95 and the 105 to have local value. Otherwise, the district is what's called a failure, meaning that we didn't appraise in that band or that area at least with the comptroller, in comparison with the comptroller said the value should be. Again, those two 95% got muddled, when they were disseminated and how they were, I believe, how they were received by the commissioner's court. I'll have conversations with both, Jack and Scott in relation to that. But it's okay. Scott did a really good job. It was very informative.
Like what the purpose of the ARB, what
Yeah.
our duties, so it's.
Yeah, it was, he covered purposes, he covered, some of the day-to-day, gave some statistics of number of hearings. Talked about no-show rates, talked about, letters to be read, things like that.
He told us that they want kind of.
Yes.
Slide presentation.
He did a great,
He does a great job.
he did a
Yeah.
great job.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Okay.
What
okay,
kind
we
of
have
letters?
I don't see them on.
I don't see. them.
Oh, so you have to go out to the ARB, like,
Letters to be read.
Letter to be read,
There. Letters.
Then that says letters already read.
yeah, they'll go into that one. Hi, Scott.
Oh, that's the one we're going into?
No.
Don't go into that.
Letters to be read.
Don't go into that.
Don't go into there.
So then there's a letter,
Without a PID. Is that what you're saying?
First one is
No.
PID.
Look at you.
Okay, that's his bedroom and everything.
Uh-oh.
Wow. They couldn't take their eyes off that red.
That's a power color.
Yes.
The first one I have is, I couldn't anymore, but PID 24959.
24959, I believe that was July 8th, is that correct one to be read
July,
down?
Yeah, whatever's on there.
Well,
would
there's,
be-
okay,
I think.
Okay.
there's letter to be read,
Uh-huh.
and then there's PID 24959, and then there's, so is this one and this one and this one?
Yeah.
three
The
letters.
three.
Okay, we're doing which one now?
The one that's in the folder.
24959. Okay, this was received on July 6th. Mail on July 1st. Received in the office on July 6th. It's I believe property number 24959. This is from Nancy Stovall. For rest of the Waste County Credit Review Board. Monday, June 27th, is when it was written, but not mailed until July 1. Dear Appraisal Review Board, we're not able to attend our hearings this afternoon due to health issues. I get tested positive for COVID, and after this morning, still in. My husband is unable to be accused and will get points of chemo and radiation for the next 5 weeks. I understand that failing to appear may jeopardize my rights and the dismissal or protest. With regards, our kid Stovall, Nancy, Stovall, their address is 1899 Bayshore Drive. Then they submitted a property or affidavit of evidence. 2021. And it has their address in Houston, it's 5714 Logan Lane. The property description is 1891 Bayshore Drive, Rockport. In section 3, reason for protest is incorrect appraised market value or indoor value of some of other properties. Section 4 is blank. Section 5, no improvements to dwelling since last appraisal, no reason to increase values this year. Section 6, I do not intend to appear at the hearing. This was signed in Harris County. This is Stovall. And notarized by Jennifer Alpha.
Harris.
Here.
Harris County.
So anyway. Okay, so this, she wrote this. June 27th, I don't know when she doesn't say.
It was June 27th.
What?
On June 27th, the 1:30 doc.
I told it at the time, when the movement of another against the on serious medical issues. So our decision, this is good cause.
I think it is.
I think so.
Don't ask me, I'm just listening.
You can sign in. Here's your here. Okay, you didn't look at these, so
Right.
you don't need this.
I'm just listening.
Okay, well, how do you really feel about that?
I think it's a good call.
Oh, yeah.
All right, make a motion now, 959, on Nancy Stoll, based on the evidence she gave us in her letter, that's a good cause. And there's a little preview would go, get related.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Right. Next one is. You have this number, it's 59632. This, the bottom one doesn't have a.
Right, that one I had to look up because we just put it in, and that is 59632.
Okay,
So the one without a number is that one.
this is. This is a letter written on, I don't know what old. It's mailed on July 5th. Received here on July 8th. You don't have the account number, and it's 59622. Address to Aransas County Appraisal Register, their address, to whom it may concern. We hired a company, McConnell, so the representative from a property tax appeal. The agent of record did not show up on our schedule. I don't think he's ready to schedule a new hearing date, so we can surely have a representative. Truly believe the tax assessed value of home extremely high in comparison to federal properties. Fully appreciate the time and consideration. This Connor buyer on Pitch Bend. Yeah, we're going to this is checked by about. Well, we would have heard their case.
We can look up the account
I-
and just say who, did we have an agent of record, agent not of record? Please, address that first.
Yes, so the property owners signed O'Connor as their agent of record on June 14th of 2022. We had sent out a notice of hearing on June 3rd of 2022 to the property owners. We don't resend any notices. If they get an agent, it's up to them to tell the agent, okay, I've got a hearing scheduled for this time. On the hearing was scheduled for June 27th at 8:30, was a no-show. There was nothing sent in by O'Connor or the owners.
So they didn't notify O'Connor that of the protest, so O'Connor didn't represent them, so what we're saying,
O'Connor represented them as of June 14th.
but they didn't present information to us.
At their
Right.
hearing on June 27th.
Yeah.
Correct, and O'Connor would not have received notice of that hearing because the hearing notice went out on June 3rd. And
The owner of record, the
Yes.
owner of record received the notice of hearing timely. And we expected the owner of record to show up at their hearing. In the interim, they got an agent. It's their responsibility to communicate with their agent to say, oh, I have a hearing scheduled on the 27th that you at least need to send an affidavit in for.
Right.
If you can't show, that did not occur.
the day before they changed to O'Connor, they called in for a reschedule of the hearing. The owners did. Believe it would have been the owners to 6/20. It was originally scheduled for the 21st, got rescheduled to the 27th.
So you had the owner call with the reschedule, which was granted. It's done by the staff. And then you have, And then you have them, in the meantime, getting an agent who did not appear at the second hearing or the rescheduled hearing.
Whose fault is it then? Is it the property owner or the O'Connor?
Well, I don't know. I know that the property owner received a hearing notice to appear. They rescheduled, for which they got a date and they did not appear, neither did their agent. It is the district's position, this does not warrant coverage.
Because they could have appeared on the 27th.
Or they could have at the very least, either one of them could have at least turned in an
Right.
affidavit.
And they may have been confused because they say the agent of record did not show up on our scheduled hearing.
Which he didn't, which they didn't,
He didn't know that.
But because he didn't know that.
maybe not,
We
maybe.
don't know.
Yeah, we don't have a way to know.
So that's not
I don't.
just cause.
Yeah, I think it's miscommunication and not a problem.
I'll make a motion that on account 59632. From Conway Fire and Chris Durham. That we deny the request for a late hearing based on not sufficient to call.
I'll second.
All there.
Aye.
One more. This is. CID. Oh, 34888. Received by Gmail on Wednesday, July 6th. It's from phone master, addressed to a CAD with a CC to town master. To the spouse. Appraisal review board, I was handling the appeal of the value and was not made aware of the date of the hearing until 3:05 on Tuesday, July 5th. We had intended to request an online hearing. I do understand this is our fault. It's a simple unfortunate error where one spouse received a notice of hearing and the spouse handling did not. As soon as I received actual notice of the hearing, I called the CAD to seek a delay in some form. It was too late for me to drive to your office from Houston. I was advised to send this email with 4 days requesting that the hearing be rescheduled, please. I also sent my regular mail as well. I don't have anything on it. Our request should be online. Our request would be for online hearing and we would file the affidavit, but will physically appear if required. We await your decision as our dispute has merit. The prior 2 years, ARB have always found in our favor, and we believe the evidence we have will prove that up again. And this is from Paul and Tara Masters, 503 Royal Lakes Boulevard, Richmond, Texas. I don't know where the property is located. Doesn't say.
So was the hearing on July 5th? The hearing scheduled?
Yes.
Yes, 3 o'clock docket.
And they called before that time.
Well, he says that he was not made aware until 3:05. I don't know, I guess by his spouse.
Sounds like
It
Sounds like-
sounds like she had the information, but he was dealing
And she
with
did tell
the
you.
situation. And she
Of course.
barely notified him.
I'm not speaking. but
They need to get their act together.
That's right. They need to call.
I will just say it's the district division, this does not constitute good development.
It was
I agree.
apparently confusing on their behalf between the two of them, which is not a problem. So I agree we should deny this request. Agree.
Agree.
I'm going to make a motion on PID 34888, Paul and Tara Masters. And reviewing the Gmail that was sent to us requesting a late hearing, ARB monthly execution clause to have one. It's denied.
a second.
Well, okay.
Aye.
Opposed? There you have the letter.
I was, so that's all the letters. Do you have anything else?
I do, we put on the agenda this week to check or to approve meeting minutes. just so we don't get behind on so many. Those will be under July 11th. I should have just pulled those over. And they're in one PDF, but several different dates.
Minutes to be approved, kind of towards the bottom,
Be right back.
July 11th. I was just commenting to the rest of the board, before you walked in, that you did a really good job. There were a few things about the 95% that I don't believe that the commissioners court really understood. There's two different 95%. One has to do with, I have 100 properties and I'm representing that I have 100 properties in the entire county. And I'm representing to the ARB that 5 of them are all that's left. And the value that's associated with that represents, if they were all equal. That's one thing. And the other 95% is in the band between 95% and 105 as it relates to the property value study. And I believe that they just didn't understand that there was two different things.
Yeah, well, I wasn't aware of it either, so.
Yeah.
And Jack addressed part of it, and I addressed part of it, and at least to my knowledge, and.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It was the presentation was very thorough. I thought you did a really good job. There was a couple of questions that they should not even pose to you. You probably should have deflected more than you did, because that's my question to answer, or the district's question to answer. You shouldn't have to answer, but you did a really good job. I was really, really impressed with that presentation. Jack's presentation was good too, but they have a lot of, although it's important, the number of duties are less. And so, but I thought it was good. It was good questions by the commissioners. But there was a couple of things that they didn't quite, I think they didn't, in listening to it, I just didn't quite understand. I don't believe they quite understood it.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard, Wendy Lovelack's questions about homestead exemptions and.
Yeah, there was a little confusion there
She
too.
still, I wasn't convinced that she had a good grasp on the homestead exemption and how that plays with the over 65.
Yeah, and there was a couple of things. I was like, oh man, it would have been clearer if he had just said market. The difference between market and assessed is a homestead. And the ability for a homestead can be just the exemption itself, which is, it went from 20 to 40 this year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 20 to 40 this
At
year.
least we're still good.
Right,
Yeah.
and then if you imagine that on a $100,000 property, the difference between a market and an assessed would be that difference. And then let's say the next year it went to 200,000. Well, the cap would come into play, and that would be 10% of the previous year's assessed, and then that would be a little bit clearer, But again, it's a hard concept to grasp. And then when you throw in an interjected question about over 65, and that has to do with the freeze and tax levy,
Right.
that even complicates things. And unless you've been working at it for a while, you just don't understand. But you did a really good job. So
Good, thanks. I didn't expect, I crafted a presentation to do 10 to 15 minutes, and I didn't expect it to go as long as it did, so.
you got peppered with questions.
Yeah.
Sorry, we didn't get a chance to see.
Oh, that's quite all right.
We've already finished today's schedule.
That's what I understand. So let me not hold you up.
No,
Try and get through there.
do the minutes here, so.
It's a lot of minutes to go through. Did you ever get a
Yes, Tom?
response
Yes.
from Benjamin?
So we're ready to roll on the hearings again once we're done with this.
Okay.
That's putting that together.
Okay.
And there'll be just about, it looks like 10 or so more.
For the entirety?
Yeah.
Because there were so many withdrawals? Okay.
There's a ton.
Thank you, Don.
What are y'all laughing about down there?
It went someplace and we can't find out where it went.
I've got mine.
I'm done.
It's
I
just-
read mine.
I read them, they seem in order.
Please.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I think it went to downloaded, so it has to be on all.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Do we need a motion for each one of these, or can we approve all of them?
I think you can prove all of them in one motion.
You guys have a motion?
I'm good.
I'll read them all. They were in order.
Yeah, basically, our letters.
Right.
Okay, I'll make a motion then, that the credit review board, approve the, meeting minutes for the following dates. June 9th, 2022, June 16th, 2022, June 21, 2022, June 23, 2022, June 27, 2022, June 29, 2022, June 30th, 2022, July 5th, 2022, July 6th, 2022.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Anything else you need from us?
Well, we do have those other cases ready to go.
Okay, let me give you back some stuff.
Okay.
I
Yes.
I put the, this back with Scott, we're back here to sign in, so giving this back to you, the winners. If you want to, let us.
Scott, do you want to?
Yeah.
You'll sign into this next round.
Is it a different set?
Yes.
Okay,
We finished all that. So
good.
we'll-
All right.
We're on tomorrow's docket now, right?
Yes.
Very good.
Tomorrow and
And
Wednesdays.
Cool.
And
There are 10 total.
I think there's about 10 or 11.
And so it's this.
Yeah.
So where are we?
Where you at?
That we have,
It's not, probably not on.
that put together the affidavits, yeah, and we're gonna be pulling stuff as we go. But what this, no, I'm gonna check with Beth. I know she had the affidavits already, so at the very least you can get signed in and I'll see which one's first and we'll get the stuff in there.
Okay. What do we need?
Thanks, Scott.
Then y'all be-
Swear in. We'll be good. Thanks for doing that this morning, Scott. It sounded like it was a good deal.
Yeah.
No, we just heard, we didn't.
Put it on the fence with the front one. Hopefully if they retain the.
They know what we do. I thought what
If they
what
could
Mike
figure
said.
out that much, that's.
Yeah, Mike said you did a good job explaining.
And I know Jack Wright, and I know his was probably on.
I know.
Yeah.
My wife used to
Yeah.
work on it. At the bank, yeah.
I work with them on
Were you pleased with the way it went?
Yeah, again, I crafted, she said 10 to 15 minutes, and that's kind of, I only put together 6 charts. And it's their meeting, so I couldn't tell them to shut up.
What sort of questions were you asked?
Things revolving around what we can do and how we do certain things, the market value, how is value established? And luckily, I had anticipated
I didn't know. I wrote so much.
some number of questions along those lines, and I had a bunch of backup stuff that I thought, which is
Put it on my bill.
relative to what the tax code says about market valuation and, you know, things like, things have to be exposed to the open market and that kind of stuff. There were some questions about income. Because, and they were getting confused because I focused primarily, and I really mentioned income approach to valuation as it applies to business property.
Are you doing this?
Properties. And one of the commissioners, I guess, has gotten a complaint about,
Really?
yeah, income, you know, income producing stuff. And there's also a question I'll ask Mike at some point in time. I think there's a little bit of a hole with respect to how they deal with rental properties. And I know that that's probably a tough thing to get your arms around too, because there's a lot of rental properties that aren't probably appropriately accounted for in terms of income release.
Now, the complaint that you got was from.
It wasn't a complaint.
About the board, about the ARB.
No, the complaint was a property owner talking to, complaining to the county
County commissioner.
commission. And the question about how they were appraised, relative to the fact it was an income producing property.
Just let us know when y'all want to do it.
Yeah, we're ready.
Are y'all ready?
Well, let's take a quick break. I need to.
Water.
This all it for the afternoon?
That's it for tomorrow and Wednesday. We finish these, you're off till Thursday.
Okay,
That's all they've got.
does that require a vote? Yes.
No, I don't think that's a vote on that restaurant. Because this is what they had planned all the way through Wednesday, with all these. And,
Oh, I thought we had some more for tomorrow.
not unless they find some more, but on this agent, this is it. He had 106 to start, and they settled some, and they took some off, and so this is the balance. So
We want to finish these before lunch or
No.
come back with one?
now let's wait.
Come back.
Gotta get her full day pay. Gotta come back after a month.
I mean, because we're gonna lose 2 days.
Yeah.
John,
Yeah, full.
Actually, we could probably.
That's, yeah, maybe get Scott swore in and.
she said she had something else for us to do too.
She was gonna check, maybe get Scott swore in and we'll be ready to hit it after we come back. He hadn't swore in on today's stuff.
Yeah, but he only has to swear in on this because he never voted on.
Okay.
So we're all going to
We're all-
get square on that. So we can get that done.
He didn't, that's why I gave that.
Okay, good.
Oh, we have a suggestion.
Yeah.
This is all that's left.
Yes.
So if we finish this today, we're going to finish the Wednesday.
Right.
So our suggestion is maybe to adjourn now and come back at 1:30 and knock this off.
Okay, that's fine with me. I'll just double check and make sure it doesn't throw a monkey wrench in.
We were going to do, weren't we going to
No, I thought.
find in and?
No.
Well, it won't- it's not necessary until we get ready.
Okay, we can do it. That'll take the pressure off them too.
Maybe that iron.
You okay with that, Betty?
What is it? Yes.
Just leave this morning.
I heard the word.
Oh, I know, every once in a while.
I think you'll agree.
I heard the word needs.
Suggestion was, we only have these many cases left. If you come back this afternoon, we do them.
That way we'll be done, and in case anything else they got,
And rent and not.
and we don't have to come in. We won't have to come back till Thursday.
Okay, agree.
Well, you. That's
We
what
want you to say that with a straight face.
Of course. Of course, ladies and gentlemen. I get a little credit. That's true. December, Christmas. Eight. Oh, tomorrow's Prime Day.
Prime Day?
Prime. It was on Prime.
Okay, no problem.
A lot of specials.
What have things on sale?
On Amazon.
Okay.
12 and 13.
Oh, okay.
Did Aiden make it back? Is he still ill?
What's wrong with him? Or do we not know? Or do I want to say? All of the above.
Yeah, I know. We can say,
Aiden,
you've got several people out sick, don't you?
I don't know.
Good. Simon okay, or
Yeah, y'all been talking to him, right?
is he a COVID?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know how much we can talk about it.
We're on the open line with
Yeah.
evidence.
Oh, not that, no.
Yeah.
What?
The thingamajig, yes.
I don't rent it and she's had.
That
all the time.
thingamajig, right?
She's had everything.
So it's one of my friends, and then, but my, very mild.
Should be able to do that.
My
The
daughter,
time she got it, she was out for almost 12 and 13. This time she they gave her medication and she's a week past and she's doing okay. Yeah, that's what she said. She said after the first 24 hours, she was really good.
my daughter has,
Schedule.
was tested, and my son-in-law, so. And they've both been vaccinated and boosted. It's just, it's a mild case.
Mild case.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything else, check?
Yeah, move them to today.
And
But
they,
they were talking, I was talking, they were talking in California that
Yeah,
they're
anything
going to
from?
Nothing.
requiring masks again indoors
Close it?
because they're starting having so many cases.
Was it not open now, or was it?
No, just I meant that window and then you go.
I think it was a variant. Or an offshoot of the variant, so, yeah, because. Can't catch up with them.
yeah, I don't.
Don't worry about doing
I
it.
think it's like the Omicron variants that I don't think that it's the COVID.
And then we refine all of you after.
It gets mutated into something else.
I haven't heard anybody dying.
Not recently, yeah. But I was telling Joanne last time.
I noticed when I first started here.
Houston
You close out the whole window. or it's still messy.
All right. We got one from 10 a.m.
Well, you know, people are
Oh, it's
going
pretty-
out more and they're not.
Yeah, I was gonna say, most of my things are.
And so we should be doing it through.
So she could go back to work today. I haven't talked to her if she did or not, but she has to mask up, they said, so.
What you do it first?
1496. Here in Dayton time.
Oh, I just pulled them by case.
Really, is that how we were hearing or are we hearing?
I don't know how Scott wants to hear.
However you want.
I did the listing that's in front of you as case listing, so.
Nobody's been forced off.
No, I actually came in and swapped it out already. We did lose 2 of them.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, but I updated your list.
Okay, so this is.
That is the updated list, yes.
Okay.
You'll do such a great. Good job. It's so good. So it looks
Yeah.
like Epcot, or not Epcot,
Yeah, the same.
they're asking us to conserve between 2 and 8, 2 and 3. Set your thermostat up 2 to 3 degrees higher and run your ceiling fan. Wash dishes when the sun goes down and unplug non-essential electronics.
Really? What time, between what times?
When the sun goes down, but set your thermostat up 2 to 3 degrees
Oh, yeah.
higher.
I'm at 77 already. I'm surprised
Yeah, right.
I did any higher.
No.
I'm surprised they didn't put it in the water machine.
They have here.
They have here.
Rockport is.
Yeah.
Stage one.
What days can you run?
I don't know, I'd have to get the paper. It was in last week's paper.
I just leave it on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, we're not. So
we're on well,
we have what? We're in.
No.
I have my district, yeah, probably before.
Yeah, the holiday before.
I didn't know that, so. I don't know what they say.
So go change everything to nighttime.
Don't remember what it said.
9 o'clock. I got backyard. They didn't call like a water meter.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
they
that's
can.
why I want to cut it down to.
Well, we were on the ceiling
Three
fan,
times a
anyway. I
week.
think my thermostat it said 75.
Minus, but at night I set it up to 77.
Mine's at 4, unless somebody comes over, I'll turn it down to 3.
What?
74. That's where it sits. And then if somebody comes over, I'll turn it down to 73.
Really? Yeah, mine's-
Mine's Energy Star rated, so it doesn't.
Mine's really comfortable at 75.
Even when my air conditioner went out, that's what I had, never got below 7, never got above 7.
Yeah, if you've got fans that are moving.
I hate that's where, yeah.
It really
That's.
does. It really.
I go grab Scott.
No, I made a mess for her and I said, you know, here, you can deal with this. And she said, I'm just gonna give it to the house.
So, we did,
We haven't done any rules.
We have to read.
I thought we did 88,214.
No.
That's on the
It's on
first.
the-
that's on the bottom, you can see it on, or there it is at the bottom. So it's out there.
Are we gonna get the other sheet with the information or what's this?
I don't know.
This is it for the,
What do you think? Are they all on case listing?
No, that, it's okay, I'm just making sure I'm not missing it.
I didn't even think about finding that out.
Oh, we don't have case listings?
I need case lists.
Yeah, that would be
I'll
helpful.
take one.
yeah,
Okay.
That way I can doodle on.
I don't know, I just like to sit down there. and play there.
Yeah, there's certain things I want.
That's what I do.
Put down. I'm
When
trying to
they're
get into a pattern.
I just.
I do too.
Circle some things, there some things.
Yes,
I make diamonds. Cause diamonds are a good expense for.
okay, we'll let you have that.
So you get to do certain engineering.
That's true.
Yeah, I've never been a,
Now I get fishing rods and reels and
Important stuff.
important stuff. So,
that somebody can borrow.
yeah,
So you guys figured out where this stuff is.
Yes, it's on the Paladin.
Or remainder of,
Mhm.
okay.
Where it's on what?
Remainder of Paladin.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
so-
so first one, 1496, right?
Yeah, okay. The first one we'll do will be 974, which is at the bottom. If we do it in case.
Come on,
All right.
it's been locking up all day. I'm going somewhere, I have no clue as to where it's going. Here's somebody that's better than me.
Oh. Once in a while we'll black out and back.
This year, it's just better, today, it's just locking up. And then it flips to like it did.
You probably had mine, and I had.
Yeah. This is. 2-1.
Brought it back and did it. This is not, she's kind of, this is not unusual, she's gotten everything she learned, it's bad. Has to be retrained.
They forget pretty quick.
your dog, really?
Yeah, she said it's like a kid that comes, a 2-year-old and becomes terrible too. She's in her terrible twos, her dog.
Sometimes those terrible twos run to the terrible sevens.
Oh, wow.
The last one we had went 14 years and he was still terrible.
Oh, my gosh. Well, he was untrainable. Because he's.
Mine.
I worked with her today for a whole time. Games and mind games and hiding on her and doing all kinds of stuff. And she did really good.
My Kaka that I had previously, she was fully trained duck dog. I got her as a rescue out of Victoria. Best dog I've ever had. But the doctor that had her didn't have time to work with her. I could throw the ball and she was set until I released her. I don't care how long it was.
Wow.
And she will not forget where.
Oh, no.
That is good.
I'm teaching Bella how to catch the ball.
Mhm.
It's funny. Good. The trainer said, don't just throw it. She said, do like 1, 2, 3, and then throw it. And she pays attention.
Yeah.
She can catch
Get
it.
their attention. Sure.
Yeah, yeah. Likes.
Yeah, every day is different.
Oh my God. Yes.
Like a kid, huh?
Worse,
Worse.
worse. You gotta talk to them and everything.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Both of them in love.
How do we even? Thank you.
Oh.
And they get that way, I always think of the Disney's Goofy. Yeah, but he always had that voice. and
Beth, can you take a
he
peek
sounded
at,
out too.
case ID 974?
On the tablet or on the? tablet?
Yeah, for the tablet, because the taxpayer evidence looks like it's, might be the district evidence. There's no affidavit.
Looks like.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it just got put in there, inadvertently. So while she's figuring that out, yeah, let's go to the 1496, but let's,
Do we have to swear?
yeah, we do.
All the numbers.
Okay,
What was the PID on that one?
PID 882-1479. Okay, so we're gonna commence a hearing, a series of hearings by affidavit, which I'll announce as we go into each hearing. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. I was gonna check, and that was one of the reasons I was gonna see is if they have the same protest values for all their cases. Okay, looks like.
But they was there was,
All right.
and wait, occasionally there was another.
We'll double check, but it looks like it's gonna be Q1 and Q2, we correct the appraised market value and equity.
Yeah.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case IDs 2022-974, 1496, 1498, 1500, 1532, 1533, 1583, 1584, 85, 1589, 1590, and 1594.
I had the Hobbins, so I was stern, I was communicated with the first one, but I like the tax code. After the cases 2022-974, 1496, 1498, 1500, 1532, 1533, 1583, 1584, 1585, 1589, 1590, 1594.
I have, before you go, I have more numbers on mine than y'all have. Than y'all have called out.
Well, some of them got canceled, so maybe you didn't.
Oh, maybe I can get that.
I'm there.
Yeah, that's in
What are
this.
you doing?
And that's the old,
I don't know. Like,
that's the old.
make sure you pay attention.
And I was.
I,
I'm
Joanne
sorry.
Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to case number 2022 974, 1496, 1498, 1500, 1532, 1533, 1583, 1584, 1585, 1589, 1590, and 1594.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to case IDs 2022-974, 1496, 1498, 1500, 1532, 1533, 1583, 1584, 1585, 1589, 1590, and 1594.
I, Dave Ward, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 in reference to cases 2022 974, 1496, 1498, 1500, 1532, 1533, 1583, 1584, 1585, 1589, 1590, and 1594.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Scott Arrington, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct as it relates to cases number 2022-974, 1496, 1498, 1500, 1532, 1533, 1583, 1584, 1585, 1589, 1590, and 1594.
Okay, Scott, are you, have you got one queued up or do you care which one to start with?
No, I'm looking to see, I just have them in the order that they're, the dockets that they have, but if you want a different order, just let me know how you're gonna sort yours.
Okay, so let's start with 1496, which is 14640 is the PID.
Sure. That's the first one in the first one in the docket.
Okay, so we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1496, account number 14640, which is 831 State Highway 188 in Aransas Pass. District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
All right, section 1, the property owner is David O. and Paulette Hillman. Address is 1354 Rye Drive, San Antonio, Texas. Property description is 831 State Highway 188. Legal is Burton and Danforth, block 225, lot part of 7 acres, 1.25. Reason for protest: incorrect appraised value or market and or values unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet. The statement of facts or arguments, requested value $43,560. Hearing type is I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person or by telephone conference call, video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used at hearing, but do not appear in person at the hearing. Signed by William Osbeck, Bear County, and it was notarized by Lisa Telchik. And below that is the evidence for the property owner's evidence for you to review.
Where, when we get to that one, take that and then let's see what it was.
And then that road.
Let's see, we'll excuse. Okay, I'm ready for it, Cam.
All right. This is property ID 4640. Last year's market value was $116,220. That's the picto. If you'd like to see more to get kind of a better feel, this is back up a little bit off of this. This is the bypass out here, and this is 35 business down here. This is 188 in between, and it's about halfway between the bypass and business 35. And there, see more detail. And this year, district has 117,120 on the property. And the sales for the property, this is a small RV park. It has 3 trailer pads on it, comparing to sales of other properties like it. The first sale is for $145,000. It's a sale of a also very small RV park. Has 4 units on it, four CPPs on it. It just out to $149,000. The second sale is for another small park, and sold for $255,000. It comes out to $120,810. And then 2 more. These are land with 1 trailer pad on it. Those comp out to 105 and 95 for a median value of $113,265, which is not quite $4,000 less than what the district's market value is. And then if you're preparing for equity, it's just land in the area with a small number of commercial trailer pads on it comparing out, and it's land and trailer pads. It comps out to the 117,120. So the district evidence indicates that the value should be 113,000 and change. That's it.
Yeah, where are these other places that they had in their comps? This is 831. So they had 920, 940, 960, 947. Highway 188. Pick one, 14,654. And can we see where it is with reference to the other?
It's smaller.
Yeah, it's slightly smaller, but
Wait, yeah.
on the opposite side of the bypass. Oh, it's on the other side. Yep. Up. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the old big fisher right there.
Oh, it's on it's on the right hand.
It's on the-
If you're going out 188, it'd be on the right hand side, but you would get to the bypass and not too much further. Well, business 35 would be down there.
Yeah, and that's on the right, that's on the correct side section between the bypass and business 35 as the subject.
Correct.
Yes.
Just diagonal down.
Yeah, there's not that much space between them. I mean,
Correct.
let's pick another two
So-
lots.
That one is adjusted. You can see from Picto too, is adjustment on that one here, a wet 50 on it.
Oh, okay.
Being underwater, so
Well, that explains the difference in.
What's the adjustment?
The wet.
For wet.
Oh, it's wet then. So let's go 14655.
Well, I suspect it'll be the same.
You're probably the
Down.
Because it's right next door.
Look like,
that one.
And then 56 is next door.
yeah. The last one, okay.
Still all wet.
Yeah.
240 and 947, which is 59445, is slightly lower as well in terms of per square foot.
All right, you want to look at another one?
Yeah, let's look at 59445. Yeah, I suspect it has the same, a wet adjustment.
Yeah, look
as
at the
well.
back.
It's not 50%, but it's still some adjustment. Okay.
I'm okay with this 113 too.
Oh, it needs to be 113. 113.
I said 113 too.
Do 216. Make it two.
Make it two. Take a couple of dollars off.
Now, before we deal with this, I see what you did on this picture. I was thinking maybe those other yellow ones were, okay, if I
The
stared at
yellow
those
ones are the
ones.
ones that, they look like they're on the other side of the street.
Yeah, they are, but I was wondering, I was thinking they might be by the same property owner, but they're not. Okay, the blue one is the subject, and then, yeah, okay, I'm cool. All right,
The motion on case ID 2022-146, account 14640. Addressing Q1 and Q2, opinion of the ARB that currently have a value of 117,020 based on information provided by the district, be reduced to 113,000.
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Yeah, that closes that hearing. Opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1498. Account number 14693. Which is 522 Mac Road. And we'll use this pass.
Sorry, which one did you open up?
We opened up, case 1498, it's count 14693.
Got it. It's the, you're doing
Next
them
one.
in the order I have them. Good.
Yeah.
You can read the affidavit whenever you're ready.
All right. All right. This, the section one, property owner is Junkin and McJunkin. And, it's care of Hazelwood, Joan Hazelwood, 1523 Wayfair Lane, College Station, Texas. Property description is 522 Mac Road. Property legal description is Burton and Danforth, lot 225, lot 28, acres 5.00. And the reason for protests are incorrect appraised or market value, and value is unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is one packet. Statement of factual arguments are requested value $106,722. The hearing type is I do not intend to appear at the hearing, either by telephone in person, or by telephone conference call, or video conference. This affidavit and evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used in the hearing if I do not attend in person hearing. And it is signed by William Ostek, Bear County, and it is notarized by Lisa Telchik. Below that is the property owner's evidence for you to look at.
Big differences in or footage, except for ones you got there.
Yeah.
It's huge difference in value.
Yeah, I mean, the comp one is a lot bigger lot. And that's, I'm guessing there's a land table break. It's come down to 34 cents.
Oh, the other one, same number of square feet.
Yeah, 43 versus 60, so. All right, so when we get to the right point, we can vote it. Okay, you ready? We'll take that out of there.
Sure. Property is valued at $130,680. It is 5 acres of land. Unit price is 60 cents a square foot. Nothing, no adjustments on it. It's located there, pretty similar area to where we were just talking about. Sales for the area. There's 1172 Mac Road, sold for, it's 1.616 acres, and it sold for $59,000 in February of 21. It's 84 cents a foot. And then 1501 San Antonio Avenue, and it sold for $160,000. It is 10 acres, and it's 37 cents a square foot. 2410 Johnson Road, 5 acres, sold for $125,000, 57 cents a square foot. And 841 Jacoby Lane, sold in January for $44,517. I'm sorry, $107,910. It's 2.5 acres. And those compare out to average per square foot per acre of $30,506 or 70 cents a foot, which gives us a weighted average of $152,530, which supports the land market value of $130,000 that we have on the property. And then for equity, these are other properties on that road that are also 5 acres. Sorry, the first one is 5 acres, and it shows exactly that. And then the second one is 2 acres, and the third one is 2 acres also. And make sure that it's on one table. That's it.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the others from their comps. 521 is right next door. 14572 is the count.
There's 1401.
Much bigger.
Oh, right there.
Probably 2 times. We're close to it.
Yeah.
Like that one.
But it's,
Well, it made a good land table break. Get on
It's not big, it's
16.
not, it's bigger.
Yeah, right.
Look at,
It's 10, that one's 10 acres.
Yeah, it'd be double. It's also got
14809.
let's see, right there,
That's down this dirt road here.
like down this one, like on the corner.
yeah.
Oh, how far west is that from the other one?
Well, this one's on this 2 paved roads, and this one is on this not paved area.
Tough
On
to
this
get to.
Always
tough
like
to get to location.
trees,
Yeah.
but there isn't even a road. I'm sure there is, but
The other one you were comparing that, is the 10 acres, the 692. That one also sits on 188, which would make it more valuable, wouldn't it?
Well, this one here would be more valuable because it's has paved road on 2 sides. This one has no pavement. I mean, we're
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's a road.
Well, Walker Road comes back here, but see, Walker Road is here, and then you see it becomes not paved there, and then goes back down here,
And then
Guys.
stops, and then there's this piece of land back here.
You know, that explains why it's.
130.
Well, it needs to.
And your comps, the district comps, which 1152 Mac Road, just as an example, 14679, how far from that is how far is it?
Sales or,
Well, looking at equity,
okay, 1152.
yes,
There. But this is the one that's right there.
okay. So that's not too far.
Oh, it's a little big.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was thinking more of a, you know, all the equity comps from the district looked like they might have been far away, just based on farther away based on their addresses, but it doesn't look like that's the case. So, and the land table change, I'm fine with the value. I think.
Well, but
Oh,
what about
oh,
the 14679? That has a mobile home on
This has something on it also,
it. Does it?
30,000.
The one we're looking at has something?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's, it's just.
Are you talking about the equity comp?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, they took them out. They took.
and then you did just the land.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
I think the 117
Yeah.
is proved.
117.
What was the 113 consistent?
That was the one,
the last,
The
that was
last
the previous case.
we're on
Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
under that.
We're at 136.80.
Yeah, 136,680.
Well, when that guy was saying, oh, it's 152, so.
I'm good with this value. 130. $130.
Where we're at, 2022, I'm sorry, yeah, 2022-1498. Got 14693, addressing 292. Interested in the property owner's agent's information and that provided by the district. The district has proved that concurrently. Total value of 130,680.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Actually, on the case listing, 1533.
No, it's 1500. That's the next one.
On this.
One five,
handout.
On the docket.
1533 is the next one on the docket.
Yeah, on the case list.
Oh, that, yeah, 153, okay.
We'll take them now.
153.
All right, so that's, we closed that prior hearing and we're gonna open a hearing on case ID 2022-1533. Account number 63765. Which is 804 to 816 Highway 35 South.
All right, this is the property owner on this, I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. The property owner is Harley Trust. The address is care of John R. Dumas, 3939 Apollo Road, Corpus Christi, Texas. And the property description is 804 to 816 Highway 35 South. The legal is Dowdy and Mathis, block 117, DGN Rockport, lot 3. And the reasons for protest, I'm not sure.
That's just the name of the company, EGN Equities.
Oh, okay.
The reason for protest is incorrect appraised market value and values only compared with other properties. Evidence is one packet. The statement of facts or argument is this property is included in a 3-property sale. Property ID 63763, 63765, 63764 attaches the closing statement and screenshot of the 2021 property values, which equal the purchase price. And hearing type is audio intended hearing person by telephone conference or video conference. It's affidavit and evidence or argument submitted that may be used at the hearing if they do not appear. And it is signed by William Ostick and Fair County and notarized by Lisa Chelchek. And below that is the property owner's evidence to reviews.
Street property. 952 is the price paid for all three properties.
Right.
They didn't get it, did they get an opinion of value for this one?
No,
No,
they didn't
and
split
it
it out.
didn't even change.
So are we looking at all three or two?
Just looking at this one.
Hmm?
I
Just
think we're
this
just looking
one.
at this one because there's another one from the third property
Oh,
on down in here.
there it is.
Mhm.
Okay, so my only question is, these three properties, are they adjacent?
One's beside it, one's behind it. The parent that we already did.
And are they,
Let me help you out and just show you the picto of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we're talking about here is this larger piece of land. What was sold was this Dollar General sold, and then there's this kind of two ancillary pieces of land. This one here is the subject property, and done earlier this morning, was when you weren't here, Scott, was this Dollar General
right,
was done. And it was done on the income method, which kind of separates it out, but it's something sort of different. So anyway, I'll let y'all continue to review that, but just showing you what you're looking at.
well, okay, so,
We're just doing that one piece right
Just
now.
that.
Just that one piece right now.
I'm okay if we go to the ACAD evidence, although I'll also say, Scott, that the one thing I'll want to check out is effective size.
Okay,
But do you think?
so just one thing to say is that sale was in
20?
the middle of 2020.
I know.
So over almost over 2 years. ago. All right, so there is the property card, 169,420 is what the district has on the property. And it is on two land tables. It's on the Bronte land table, which is essentially is the highway frontage. It's the front of the property, and the other part is on this Young table, which is the part that fronts onto Young Street. And there it is. It's kind of split in half. It's several lots the way it was platted. All right, here are the sales, and the sales are going to be of properties that are in kind of commercial sort of areas. The first one is on 1130 West Market, and it was a little bit less than an acre sold for $112,000 in December of 2021. It's 313 a square foot. On 3135 Highway 35 North, sold for $403,000. It's $1297 a foot. Sorry, sold for $540,000 on January of 2022. It's $1297 a foot. And here 1704 to 1712 Highway 35 South, an acre of land, just not quite an acre of land, sold for $80,100. That's $1.98 a square foot, and the weighted value per square foot is 602, and that's for value indicated of 388,576. That's well supports the 169,000 that the district has on the property. For equity, this is just other properties in a similar area, their values, and they're on the land table, and they indicate that the value $169,000 is the value for land in the area of that size.
Huge difference between equity and sales.
Well, it's kind of hard to comp out the kind of the exact piece of land, comparing those. Because I mean, this was also when it was sold. Again, I'm reaching a little bit here, but I'm guessing what was sold really was the person was buying not the business, but they were buying the real estate that the Dollar General is on, and then this came with it.
Yeah, effective size of this one and the other adjoining property is 63764. I can tell you square footage if that helps you.
Well, I mean, I can just show you
Okay.
the size here. Oh, sorry, I have to get out to be able to show you this. I have to move it over here. So do you want to see another one?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't watching.
Okay,
Okay, so this is. Oh, and it's got it already set. And that's on the 765. Okay. So I assume okay, I'm fine.
Yeah, it hasn't changed from last year.
Yeah.
Case ID 2022-1533, we have 63765. Resolution 122. Representing the property owner agent information, there's not that provided by the district. Prove that the current value of $169,420 is here.
No, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody? You okay?
I'm okay.
All right, anybody opposed? All right, that closes this case. We'll move on to case ID 2022-1589, which is property ID 64665. 8 North Point Drive in Rockport. And this is just land. $15.89, yep.
It was two.
all right. I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. Section 1, the property owner is Rick's Homes LLC. The address is 4833 Saratoga Boulevard, number 423, Corpus Christi, Texas. The property description is 8 North Point Drive. The legal is Cape Valero North Point Marina, Block 5, Lot 3, acres, 0.756. Reason for protest: incorrect appraised market value, and property is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet, and the statement of facts or arguments. We are requesting that residential inventory be applied to this property.
What does that mean?
Is that like a developer discount?
That's correct.
It's like a developer discount?
Oh,
The hearing type is I do not intend to appear the hearing in person by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence or argument submitted with it may be used for hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. And it is signed by William Osty, Bear County, and it is notarized by Lisa Township. And there is not evidence. It says one packet, but I'm not seeing a packet here with this one. So that's all the evidence I see is their request for residential inventory to be applied to their property.
And how does
So
one do that?
I've done that before, it's not done anything.
What you're talking about?
No, how do you apply the residential, what they're asking for?
Sure, there's a form.
There is a form that an individual or a company would apply for this with, they would list you render your inventory to the district, and it gives the information about the property. When it is generally done is, if generally you're taking 100 acres and you're cutting it up into a bunch of smaller pieces, and you're putting in roads and so forth, and then selling them. And the developer discount that would be put on that is based upon the intensity of your development. And so it is lowering the taxable value based upon the amount of capital that essentially that you are putting into the property in the form of concrete, pipe,
Yeah.
pipe for sewage, whatever you need to do to develop. It is, hence the term developer discount. It's the person developing it. It also has things attached to it is for someone to maintain that is they have to be the original developer of the property, and they need to and they need to have the property marketed for sale to maintain this, and again, the amount of the discount then would be based upon the intensity of the development. So in this case, I'll just put up here the property of the district's evidence, and part of it is this pictometry. And just looking at this, where this property is located, this is Cape Valero, and Cape Valero is not a recent development. This, in fact, is a recent development out at Cape Valero, and the intensity of it is this canal is new, this road is new, this bulkheading here is new. So that's something that's happening with this property that is not the subject property.
Not the
This is
subject.
this is not. This is just something very near to it.
Okay.
This is an area that was developed at some point in the past. It's
Right,
not
right.
now. So this lot was, well, we'll go into this. I believe this lot was purchased this year. This is 8 North Point, and it is valued by the district at $151,520. Here, sale date, here in the property card shows
21.
September of 21 for $159,000. It was purchased, and there it is, and that's the state it was purchased in. And here are the sales. The first sale is 8 North Point, and that's the subject, and sold for $159,000. Second sale is 14 North Point, sold in August of 21 for $148,500. It's about the same size lot. And the third sale is 109 Mariner, which is kind of around the corner from this. And it sold for $155,000 for a very similar size lot. Those together indicate a value of $153,705, which is $2,000 more than the market value of the property. And then equity is other properties there in that North Point area. It's on land table. These are similar properties there. Indicate that the $151,520 is a good value.
Well, they paid $151,520 for it.
So it's kind of hard to.
They paid $159,000 for the property.
Yeah, once
There's the good.
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
I'm good with that value.
I mean, Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but even if you wanted to believe them, they provided no
Evidence.
evidence or information to justify why they should be given that.
Yes.
that discount.
They're a builder, not a developer.
And they can, anyone can apply for that, and it may or may not be accepted. That's.
So
They have to ask.
I'm good where we're at.
I am too, you know.
Especially in light of it.
Whether you go in April,
Case ID 2022-1589, count 6466581. Cape Valero, addressing Q1 and Q2. The property owner's agent didn't provide any evidence, and the evidence presented by the district showed that the currently known value of $101,520.
I'll second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing. We'll be in the hearing on on case ID 2022-1583. Count number 4769.
Just remember what they were.
same thing.
Same thing.
All right. This is, I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record, and the property owner is Rick's Homes LLC. Address is 4833 Saratoga Boulevard, number 423, Corpus Christi, Texas. Property description is 13 West Point Drive, and it's Cape, and the legal is Cape Valero, North Point Marina, Block 1, Lot 8. Reasons for protest: incorrect appraised market value, and values unequal with other properties. And the evidence is one packet, and the statement of facts or arguments is we are requesting that residential inventory be applied to this property. And hearing type is I do not intend to hear in person by telephone or by video conference, and this affidavit and the evidence and argument submitted with it may be used to the hearing if I do not appear in person. And it's signed by William Ostick in Bear County, and it is notarized by Lisa Tapchik, and there is nothing attached to it. This property is 47629, 47629.
This isn't in the area that you said was a resident, was a developer, when you showed us the area.
This is this property right here.
Oh, right.
And over here on West Point. The property we were just talking about, let me back up just a little bit, was right here.
Yeah, but I mean, the one you said was a new development.
No, this right here, the stuff that's all sandy looking here is they dredged out this, and when they did, before they did anything, actually, this was a bulkhead here. They dug all this out and piled all this sand up on top here to raise the levels, and then they put in the bulkhead. And it's all this area that was not on, not this, all of this on this side and to the east of that was already developed.
So that's.
This is not new development. Is it on a canal?
Is it?
It is a view. It's not a canal. If we zoom in here, see this has views across the end of this. You can't build right up to the end here. So it has water views here, but it does not touch the water.
It shows water view on the property.
All right, so I will bring up the district's evidence. All right, the property value is $54,450, and it is 242 a square foot there, and on that, and there's a view adjustment on that, and there's where it is, like we just saw. And here, this property was a sale in 2021, in September of 2021, it sold for $55,000, $367 a foot. And then the next property is 45 North Point, and it is a property that is it sold for $40,500, a little bit less for that one. Also a dry lot. Next one is 29 South Point. It sold for $44,010. It's the same size as that property. The next one is 4 South Point. It sold for $120,000. And that's it. And those The weighted average of those is 423 a foot. For 63,413 is the value on that, and that well supports the 54,000 that the district has on the property. And equity, this is other properties that are in the area that are on a land table, and it's just showing that we have properties on a land table.
Oh, I don't see any reason to change anything. If they take it off work, then-
Well, yeah, the sales. I'm good with 5, good with the district heads.
Yes.
Yes,
I'm fine. I'm just impressed that if you add 2 and 2 together 15 times, it always comes out to 4.
Not with you, Matt.
It's hard to
Yeah.
dispute what they paid for it. You know, it's like,
you always get the
you
feeling
paid that
that
for
they're
it. why
making
do you not
us
feel like
straighten out their
it's sad?
mistake.
Lots of people do that. We see it
Yeah.
all the time. Anyway, case ID 2022-1583, account 47629. 13 West Point Drive, addressing Q1 and Q2. There was no information presented by the district by property owner agent. And the district has shown that the currently noted value of 54,450 should stand.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing. We'll open the hearing on case ID 2022-1585. Count number 52674, 2710 Bay Vista, North Fork.
Land.
Yep. This land.
Where's Bay Vista?
The back of Shell Ridge Road.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we would have to that.
It's there today.
I Shelby Road early.
Yeah, she had never seen it.
It's actually a dirt road.
Yeah, I had
This-
never been to
this
Shell Ridge.
rear of this
It's
property.
You really didn't know. Okay, sorry, Scott.
It's okay. Your meeting. I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the account. Into the record. Section 1, property owner is Terry and Nancy Bellows. Address is 110 Commerce Street, Refugio, Texas. Property description is 2710 Bay Vista. The legal description is Manning, block 442, lot 3, west part of 10 foot of 4. And the reason for protest or incorrect appraised market value and values of properties. The evidence is one packet. Statement of factual arguments is requested value $75,735. Hearing type is I do not intend to appear hearing but in person by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit, evidence and their arguments submitted with it may be viewed the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. And it's signed by William Ostick in Bear County and notarized by Lisa Telchek. And then below this is the property owner's evidence for your review.
Also. The small piece of property, around small. They're all on the other side of the road. It's not on the one, all those ones are on the state line. Well, we don't have any, unless they can see all of it. It's high up, so high up.
Well, you know, it's hard for me to,
But the only one that seemed comfortable is like, I think by the time I was 7 days, the students, it's 8,000 square feet, the other one. Well, it's gonna be worth it. It's something. Well, couple of two. I think.
And it's 35, right?
Well, it's 8,000 square feet, only 22,000.
Yeah.
This is. only
Yeah,
four.
can we pull that one up, Scott?
Well, let's get into that evidence and, yeah,
All right. Ready for the ACAD evidence?
sure.
Okay, I see it.
All right, so value is $94,050. It's 950 a square foot. It's this property here. There's nothing in front of it. This is just land in front of it there. And,
Oh, this one.
Yeah, actually, it wasn't bigger than some of the ones that it's comparing it to. Didn't we just do the one in front of it this morning?
Think so.
Yeah, because,
Mm-hmm.
The
We
5,
did,
2, 6, 7, 5, we did that this morning.
we did.
That owned by the same person?
this front property, yes, is owned by the same person.
It is owned.
There's nothing on it, despite what the picto shows, it's not, it's kind of just moved over a little bit,
Yeah.
there's nothing in front of it, it's just a.
So it's, yeah. Okay.
All right, and so, all right, so moving on down, this is sales of property, and there is a sale here on Bay Vista here on Drive, it's all Bay Vista is dry there. Sold in 2021 for $84,800 for a 7,500 square foot lot, $11.31 a square foot. Here on Austin Street, the Austin Street is just up the way from this. It's comparable because of how it's situated compared to the bay, and there are few sales on Bay Vista. It's a pretty small area. You can see it's just these lots here, these few lots, and these few lots, and it just goes a small area further up. And then another sale here on Bay Vista in 18 ways back, 770 a foot. And that averages out to 1234 a foot, $122,000 supports the value on Bay Vista. And then these are equity comps, just showing like here's other things on Bay Vista. It's on here, these spots on the land table there. This one's the closest, 9,000 square feet compared to 9,900 square feet. That's it.
Okay, so one more time with feeling. 52675 is that front piece that you guys did this morning.
Yeah.
And let's check the effect to see if the effective size might have any effect since it's owned by the same person.
All right, effective size is not checked on this property. This land. Okay, the one in front of it is 0.1566 acres. And this one is this piece is 0.2273. We put that and we put this. That lowers the value to $8 a square foot on the property. It's 9,500, I believe. It might have been 90. I can look it up. It was $9.50 a square foot. And now it's $8. And so in this case, the land becomes valued at 79,200. Find that.
Not far from what they want.
I had 75.
Yeah.
Okay,
79 to 100 is fine. I think it'd be fine if you want.
yes, and unfortunately, we can't go back to the other one, because you guys already dealt with it. Right, exactly.
Right. So 79 to 100.
200 is it?
Yeah.
Case ID 2022-1589, and account 52674, 2710 Bay Vista, addressing Q1, Q2. Its opinion of the federal reviewer based on economy of size, the value of the noted value of the property of 94,050 should be reduced to 70,200.
Oops,
79,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Closes that hearing.
1,500.
Who are we doing now? 150.
Yeah, I
1,500.
believe so. We're doing opening hearing on case ID 2022-1500. Count number 15057.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
49 Lake Shore Circle. Cape Valero.
All right, I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. Section 1, property owner is R. Eckert. The address is and Eckert, D, P.O. Box 897, Comfort, Texas. And property description is 49 Lakeshore Circle. The legal is Cape Valero Estates, number 1, Block 2, Lot 24. Reason for protest: incorrect appraisal market value and values unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet. The statement of factual arguments is requested value is $34,650. Type, I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person, by telephone conference call, by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and their arguments submitted with it may be used at the hearing. The public may appear in person at the hearing. And this signed by William Ostick in Bear County and notarized by Lisa Telcheck. And below that is the evidence for the district for the board to consider from the property owner's agent.
So all this is saying, like, it's late last year, they on you did not.
Yes.
But they're asking for that,
Again.
which is like, yeah, last year's.
Mhm.
I'm
Okay.
ready for it again.
Sure.
I am.
Sure. All right, the district has $40,000 on this property. Its method of valuation is lot value. There's the property. On this,
Is that saltwater lake?
What is that center?
is it what? It's
What is
I
that?
don't know, it's a lake. It's a lake, it's.
It's a lake?
It's a lake. It's
Okay.
just a little lake there in Cape Valero down this is kind of a little area down here. And this is, when they talk about Lakeshore Circle, this is the circle. These lots around it. And they're all on water, but it's the water they're on is this one. They're surrounded by a road that goes around. All right, our sales are 7 South Point Circle, 29 South Point Circle. We back up here. If you see, the name of the streets are Kate Valero is up here, Lake Shore Circle is up here, this piece, and South Point Circle is down here. So all of this, it's the same kind of road. It just has 3 different names, depending on where you are on it. 7 South Point Circle sold for $40,000. Again, these are on a lot of value, sold for $40,000. It happens to be the same square footage as the subject. In July of 2021, the second sale is on 29 South Point Circle, same size lot, sold for $44,010 in August of 2021. The next sale is 57 Lake Shore, sold for $34,500, also 15,000 square feet in June of 2021, and in June of 2021, 68 Lake Shore Circle sold for $43,200. Altogether, they indicate a weighted value of $40,428 for this lot, which supports the value of $40,000 that's on the lot. And this is the equity, and the equity is showing these are lots on a lot value, and regardless of kind of land square footage, they're $40,000. That's all.
40,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be nice if you could carry ARB decisions
Forward.
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. I don't recall the case. I don't know why it was determined to go together. Anyway.
Anyway, case ID 2022 0 15057. No. Invested P1 P2, it's opinion of the ARB. Guy.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. We are now going to open the hearing on case ID 2022-1532. Account number 63764, which is 817 to 827 Young Street in Rockport.
So I'm going to refresh you on this just so you remember what this one was, because I know their argument has to do with the fact that the purchase of these 3. This is where this is. This is the rear lot that faces onto Young Street.
Okay. And as I recall, it was already checked as
We didn't check that. We did not check that. I mean, the effective size.
When I say check, you had looked at it.
No, I didn't look at this property.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I looked at the property in question when we were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
So this,
All right.
I'll go into the property owner's affidavit of evidence and read that into the record. Property owner is Harley Trust, care of John R. Dumas, 3939 Apollo Road, Subscription, Texas. Property description is 817 to 827 Young Street. And the property's legal is Dowdy and Mathis, block 117, DDN, Rockport. And I guess that's Dollar General North, maybe, Rockport, lot 2. And the reasons for protest are incorrect appraisal of value. Value is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet. Statement facts or arguments are this property was included in a 3-property sale. AID 63763, 63765, 63764. Attaches a closing statement and screenshot from the 2021 property values which equal the purchase price. And the hearing type is I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person, by telephone conference call, or video teleconference. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used in hearing if I do not appear in person hearing. And it's signed by William Ostick in Bear County and notarized by Lisa Telchik. And then below is the evidence for your review.
Okay?
All right, I'll show the district's evidence. And this is a lot on Young Street. It is valued at $3.10 a square foot. And there it is. And their sales, first sale is on Hackberry's, 721 East Hackberry. And it sold in February 22 for $55,000. And it is smaller than this subject. Indicates value of $6.67 a square foot. Next one is 1028 South Ann. It is a little bit larger property, 10,000 square feet. It sold for $42,300 or $4.23 a square foot. And the last sale is 1704 to 1712 Highway 35 South. And it sold for $1.98 a square foot. It is nearly an acre of land. And together, the weighted square foot is $4.29 a square foot for a weighted value of $62,278, which well supports the $44,990 on the property. The district has on the property. And this is equity grid, and it shows other properties that are similar size in the area, showing that it's on a land table, and it's comparing these to that and showing that that's the value of property.
That wasn't right last year, same value.
I don't see any change either.
Well, yeah, I just would double check the effective size to see that it is checked. Here's my dollar, if it says that it is.
So that is checked, yeah. What do you mean, it's,
I'm pretty sure when he checks it out, that's
It
going to show that it is.
No, it is not checked.
Really?
But
hey,
it's not-
that dollar.
The district would not think it should be checked, but that's not, it's your decision to, if you don't think that the district has proven,
I think it should be.
because the value of the property has been proven that it doesn't always have to be checked. I mean, that is something the district does when it is something that influences the value. We don't believe that influences the value in this case. But again, it's your option to.
If you check it, can you tell us what the value would be?
Okay, I have a question. What does that mean?
What does
Check.
what?
Yes,
Okay, there's two properties that are
Right.
side by side,
right,
that each one individually falls at a certain place on the land table.
okay,
And by considering both properties together, it could cause you to hit in a different part of the land table, which could lower the square foot value. Okay. So
if they're checked,
what the check mark does says apply effective size. They have to put in what the effective size is, which is the combination of the two,
okay,
so that the land table choice would get done differently.
okay.
So
But if they had a third piece,
Right.
and they added that in, and it did not change the land value,
Well,
then you wouldn't
if you
check
had a
that
third
one.
piece, they should all be considered at the same time. They should, but
So which piece are you wanting to?
I'd like to assert the effective size flag on 63764 and see.
Okay, which property? The one that it is contiguous to?
63765.
Okay, you realize it is not contiguous to that property. There's,
Yeah.
Okay,
so it's,
but
Well, the space in between belongs to 6-3.
763.
We didn't,
And we did not
Right,
do that.
we didn't look at it because
We can't, no.
but I'm just asking you what you want me to do. You're driving this boat here.
Yeah, no,
So
I understand.
Tell me what you want done, and I'll tell you the value on that. I can show you what
I agree.
what the land table says. Let me show you what the land table says here.
We need to move it
But
along.
they're not contiguous.
You
Contiguous to the other property.
you had already looked at 63765
And it was
earlier,
not checked.
and it was, I believe it was. It was.
It was checked with the other two.
Well, it was checked. I don't know what the
Don't know
effective
which one.
size value
Oh.
that was applied. Okay, it does not show an effective size.
Okay, here's the range here. We're at 310 here. So I'm asking you what you're wanting me to put on this. You're wanting to add those three properties together? What are you
Yes,
looking for?
that's
Are you
what I
gonna
would
add
like to
those
do.
three properties together?
While you're doing it, I'm gonna take a quick break. That in mind.
Buy that to
Six-fold
lot. We already made this.
We voted on 63763. We've already addressed that problem. We can't go back and do
And then
anything.
6.5 was addressed that,
And 6.5 also.
but it was checked on 6.5. I'm thinking it was checked on 6.3 also, but not 6.4.
So we did,
6.5 was checked.
In conjunction with other property.
We don't know. We had already discussed the 763 property.
well, how could it be checked? So Ron,
It-
did not.
It's somewhere in the past.
It was checked.
Yeah, somewhere in the past. It doesn't have to be out of.
Oh, it
state.
doesn't.
Somebody checked it. They didn't check it.
Oh, it's.
But last year, or the year before.
I remember we had this discussion, we were like $1.
No. I didn't get it, so.
I would bet that 765 was checked because of 763. And they didn't do anything.
And it may have been, although the other thing we could have looked at, Scott may be doing that anyway, is what is the effective size?
It would be 26,120, which would be why the district would not agree with that. But again, it's for you all to do what you, it's up to you what you're doing. You're determining the value based on the evidence of the.
You're saying that the district would not approve of what?
We don't approve or disapprove of what you're doing. You're doing your own thing.
No, but I thought you said that this. Say that.
No, ma'am. What I said was that the district disagrees with doing this, that if the district thought that this box should be checked, the district would have done it.
That's fine.
And so that's the thing. And so you can assign whatever value you would like to assign to it. That is your prerogative to do that. The district has proven that the value is good from both an equity and a sales standpoint. But if you all would like to do something else, then you're up to doing.
Okay.
I'm good with this.
But having said all that, your proof on equity is based on hitting a specific spot on the land table. And the effective size, we put you at a different spot on the land table. So,
Well, we can't unless you join all three. Is that what you're suggesting?
yeah,
You can't just join the one that's not contiguous to the other one.
they are all three owned by the same
I know, but
person.
you can't just join the big one and the blue one. You have to join all three of them. Right. Well, the other
Well, when you say join,
Well, I mean, you have.
all you're doing
them all. That's one piece of property.
that's correct. And that's why just for yuck, it would be interesting to go back and look at 63765 and see,
Just
because
that one.
I know, we just did that one. We did verify, and all I looked at was the fact that the effective size flag was checked. I didn't look at the value of the effective size that was set into that record. And that would be interesting to know to say if the effective size was the sum of all three of those, then one could have an argument that says the effective size of all three of them should be set on 63764 as well. So what I'm asking, if you're not already going down that road, is what is the effective size value that is set on 63765?
.9871.
And since you just added, you just looked up the sizes of those three properties, do you know if that is the sum of all of them?
It is not the sum of all.
Okay, fine. I'm not gonna belabor this, I'm fine with you. But that is the way things intended to work, folks. Adding them together, and that's why they call it effective. It's taking a given piece of property, land, and saying, it's not an acre, it's 3 acres. For the purpose of where does it get the land? Okay, so
what you wanna do?
I'm suggesting the way it is.
Yes.
All right, case ID 2022-1632.63764, which is 817 Young Street. Addressing 2124, opinion of the review board with the current other value of $44,900.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay. That closes that hearing. Lost my sheet. Here's the sheet. 1584 is next. Okay, so we're opening a hearing on case ID
One.
Oh, wait a minute, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
2022-1584, account number 47639. Which is 1405 Cape Valero. Yeah, it's gonna be this, I suspect the same thing because it's Rick's Homes. He's gonna want the discount. I suspect not.
Suspect not. That's right.
Probably.
We got.
We got a little, yeah.
Yeah.
Get into the other one.
No, no.
Good, I mean, well,
Oh, are you dead?
no, I'm not dead. It's just that it beats me having to poke at the tablet.
Oh,
You've already done all the hard one.
Yeah, think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it came up.
All right, I read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. Property owner is Rick's Homes LLC. The address is 48336 Saratoga Boulevard, number 423, Corpus Christi, Texas. The property description is 1405 Cape Valero Drive. Legal is Cape Valero, North Point Marina, Block 1, Lot 15. The reason for protest is incorrect appraisal market value and values unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet. Statement of facts or arguments. We are requesting the residential inventory be applied to this property. The hearing type is I do not intend to hear the hearing in person by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence under argument submitted with it may be used at the hearing. If I do not see a person at the hearing, it's signed by William Osby, Fair County, and notarized by Lisa Telchek, and they have not provided further evidence. The district's evidence is that this property is 1405 Cape Valero Drive, valued at $39,230. This is a picto of where this property is. Let me show you in a larger picture of this. This is where we're talking about here. So a lot here. It's not that this is the new area over here. This is the existing Cape Valero property. All right, and here back to the evidence. Sales are, first sale is 1405 Cape Valero Drive. That is this subject property. It was purchased for $35,910 in August 2021. Compared to 45 North Point Circle, that was sold for $40,500, a similar size property, and 13 West Point, which was purchased for $55,000, indicating a value of $45,416 for the property. We have $39,230 on the property. This is the equity. And equity is just showing other properties in the area that are kind of the same size and similarly situated. There's dry lots there on the West Point, Cape Valero. Well, West Point is that road that this is West Point here. It goes around this side. That's West Point. This is Cape Valero. That's North Point, East Bend, Mariner. And so it would be things that are on this dry portion of this, is what it's comparing to. And they indicate, because they're on land table, they indicate that the value is $39,230, that the value is okay.
I'm good with that value,
The sale,
because the sales price, the sales was a little lower than this,
yeah, right.
35,910.
And that was like, what,
That was in 21.
yeah, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe we should consider it. August of 21.
What is it, 22?
Just a
The
few months.
tax period that we're evaluating is 2020.
Oh,
So
So
you're saying 35,900,
what did he pay for it?
35,910.
Yeah.
No. Let's not go lower than he paid for it.
We're not.
he paid 35,000.
Oh, I thought you said 34.
No.
35. But last year he was valued at 36,770.
Yes.
Yeah, but that was before he bought it.
It wasn't.
He bought it in August of 2021.
So 35,900.
Yeah. Yes, I believe so. Do we have any information on the sale itself, whether we verified?
Doubtful with the number like 910 that it was verified. And
Then you've got an equity of 39.
That's just a one thing, you know.
it is not verified. Unverified.
Yeah, it is. So consequently, within my,
I would leave it at 39,230.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there.
The other one.
Yes.
plus they could have.
We don't know for sure, that's what we think.
Right.
Okay,
All right, case ID 2022, dash 1584, account 47639, just 1405 Cape World Drive, and that's correct. Q1 Q2, more than from the denial of 39,230.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that case, that hearing rather, opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1590. Case, property ID 64873. This is another Cape Valero Recalmed LLC property.
look at the evidence. Property owner's affidavit of evidence will read into the record. Property owner is Rick's Homes LLC, address 4833 Saratoga Boulevard, number 423, Corpus Christi, Texas. Property description is 53 Lakeshore Circle. And the legal description is Cape Valero Estates, number 1, block 2, lot 26. Reason for protest: incorrect appraised market value and or values unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet. This statement of facts or arguments, we are requesting that the residential inventory be applied to this property. And hearing type is I do not interfere with hearing person by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and the arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person hearing. And it is signed by William Osby in Bear County and notarized by Lisa Telcheck. There is no additional evidence, the district's evidence. Let's find out where this is. 64873. So this is where we were, was over here. This is down on this, back on this circle again. That like circle.
Yeah, we did.
And $40,000. This is a lot value property. The method is lot here. And the property is, and the sales here, this is 53 Lakeshore, sale 63 Lakeshore for $39,600 in 2021. Also in 2021, $40,000 and $10. South Point, another South Point, $40,000 in 2021, and another one for $43,200 in 2021, indicating a value of 41,703, which supports the 40,000. This just shows that these were lots on the same street. They're all lot value and they're $40,000. That's it.
It stays. All right, SND 2022-159, account 64873, which is 54 Lake Shore Drive, Circle Island. Addressing Q1 and Q2, that's in the family review board that. And information from the district that the currently known value of $40,000.
I'll second. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, I'll leave you. That closes that hearing. We are opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1594. Account 64873. Which is.
That's the one we just did.
Oh, it's 65546.
65546, sorry. So we're opening here in 2022-1594, account number 65546, which is 139 Walter. Is that in
Lamar Point Phase 2. I may need to abstain from this because I sold that one.
Well, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that named after Ellenfeld?
And all the Johnson,
He's deceased.
I think so.
Yeah, how's it?
There's one over in Dretz, the next one over.
All right, so let's look at the evidence here. This is property owner affidavit of evidence. I'll read it to the record. Property owner is Rick's Homes LLC. Address 4823 Saratoga Boulevard, number 423, Corpus Christi, Texas. Property description is 139 Walter Heldenfeld's Circle. The legal description is Lamar Point Preserve, Block 8, Lot 20, acres 0.22. And reason for protest are incorrect appraised market value and or values unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is one packet, statement of facts or argument. We are requesting that residential inventory be applied to this property. And hearing types, I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person, telephone conference call, or video conference, it's affidavit in the evidence and the arguments submitted with it. Maybe used at the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. And the signature is William Osby in Bear County, and it is notarized by Lisa Telcheck. And that's it for their evidence. There's not additional evidence with that. Bring up the district's evidence. Picto here, where this is. This is Walter Heldenfeld's, is this street here. And this is our Point Preserve. And this behind it is the phase 2. This is 35 out there in Lamar. Before Holiday Beach is way up this way. And this is when you're coming across the bridge, come across, go to the right here, fire station right there. It's pretty close to the fire station. Right. And, the district has $25,000 on this property, and it's a lot at lot value is the method, $25,000 for this lot here, not considering what the size is. And here it's comparing sales of properties here. The first property is on 137 Rob Circle, sold in 2021 for $35,000. Second one is 101 Elmo Brundrett, sold for $22,500 in 2021. And the third is 183 Walter Heldenfeld's, sold for $50,750. Sold for $52,000. There's apparently two lots. And this is $2.77 a foot. It's a value of $26,607. Sales standpoint, from an equity standpoint, here are other lots here valued. Their lot value, so they're $25,000 lots. That's all I have.
Good. Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, case ID 2022-1594, account 65546. 139 along Aransas Circle. Addressing 2122, the letter was provided by the property owner's agent, and therefore the district has proved that the currently noted value of 25,000 should stand.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
And you abstained, right, Ron?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that closes that hearing. Last hearing is on case ID 2022-974. Count number 8821479. Which is 802 Enterprise in Rockport. Interesting. I'm thinking they're going to develop that as a. Yeah, I'm guessing.
That's a
Just more information than they don't provide.
Yeah, right next door to the nursing home. And I know they're doing something. They're doing dirt, and I think there's some signs and some.
walls are half full.
Yeah, I think they explained it.
Yeah. So,
All right, I read the property owner's affidavit of evidence into the record. Property owners Rick's Home LLC, address 4833 Saratoga Boulevard, number 423, Corpus Christi, Texas. Property description is 802 Enterprise Boulevard. The legal description is TJP acres, block 1, lot 2, acres 3.113. Reason for protest, incorrect appraisal of value and or values unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one packet. The facts or arguments are requested value is $202,045, I believe. It says C drainage issues formally accounted per something CAD underline C equity grid. I'm not sure what that word is there, per something.
bye.
Oh, accounted for by, thank you, by CAD. Underline there. Okay. And hearing type is I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person, by telephone conference call, or by video conference. Affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used for a hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. And it is signed by Benjamin Thomas in Bear County, and it was notarized by Lisa Telchek. And then what follows is the property owner's agent's evidence for you to review.
So the account was previously accounted for unbillable and drained easement area. It's they wanted that to operate.
Or they look.
So they're pretty
See,
comparable
his,
to property.
No, it's this green.
Oh, green.
I'm
You sure?
not sure.
That's Memorial Park.
Yeah, you're right. So this is Enterprise.
No.
Do you want to see a picture of it?
yes,
Yeah.
We were trying to look at his.
and before the post office,
So the post office is right
right
here.
there, yes.
This is the Baptist church.
Trail going up along with the drain.
Yeah, that runs up this way. The Baptist church is here. Whistler's Cove is this big section over here next to it.
So it's on the, across the street from the Baptist church.
Yeah,
Right.
nursing home on that side.
Yeah, nursing home over here. Whistler's Cove. Pearl Street.
No, there's nothing on the property yet, right?
Well, what's on, there's nothing on the card yet, but as you can see on the picto is they have,
They poured
They-
slab.
they- I don't know, they're slab point, it looks just like dirt work.
Maybe around.
Just like dirt work.
So it is a slab they poured?
There-
Halfway up right now.
Oh, okay.
There is not, at this point, as of January first, it's considered to be raw land at January first. Right, yeah, you're looking at raw land, that's correct.
So what's weird is when you look at their picture. Sorry, and so that's page, I don't know, it's this picture.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Trying to identify it on their, it looks like they have a couple of yellow areas identified as comps. But their subject is, if it's supposed to be the blue box, it's not.
It's in the wrong spot.
Yeah, and it is the triangular one
Yeah,
to
it's
Yes.
the left of the,
Up and left.
yeah.
This
Well, it's not, it's actually not highlighted. It's this area here is their property,
is on the street.
so this is Enterprise. Yeah, exactly. So,
I'm curious about what they're saying about the land value track with the blue border
Yes, I didn't get that.
is 327.5. That's
Oh.
53782, Scott.
That's that little square. with the blue, like that little-
53782,
53782.
that is the Gulf Point Village.
yeah, okay, that's the nursing home.
That's the nursing home. And it is assessed at 327,500, 168 a square foot. Okay.
4.48 acres also. 4.48.
So which is the property?
Yes, not on that picture, it's this triangle here. And this yellow,
Property of this square that the board is still at,
well,
and then this is just back up.
but
What is that?
that's Gulf Point Village. That yellow one is Gulf Point Village
Oh,
and the nursing home.
yeah.
And this blue box, I don't know what that is. It's like I think they misplaced it.
I think they dropped it in, didn't mean to, yes.
well, I think it's where it should be, and we're really talking about the tract of land that the village is on. But they're saying something about part of that land and contains a large portion of unbuildable drainage.
So if you go to the.
Why do we care?
But it says it's already been taken into consideration from last year, or some year.
So that, can we look at, yeah, property code?
Yeah, let's go into your evidence, Scott, and may
If we can figure it out.
Okay, this property, 349,780 on the three acres. It sold in in April of 21 for $349,000. There's where the property is there. This part, this upper part does not go with it. It's kind of a cut off triangle. And here the sales are the 802 Enterprise sale there that's sold for $349,000.
And that's the property we're,
That is the property, that is the subject, that is correct. And then another property here, so for $175,800 on Pearl Street, up in 2165 for 1.23 acres. And then another one on Market Street. These are commercial type areas that the sales are. It's sold for $112,000 for a little bit less than an acre. And they indicate a value of $299 a square foot or $405,000. These are equity comps. These are others that are kind of similar type properties, and what they would be what they're indicating that there are other commercial type properties and what the values that they are indicated at, and they indicate that the value of $349,780 is good.
yeah, that blows the theory of anything else. I mean, but I'm curious as to that little triangle behind that 26500.
That little triangle goes with the ABC park there. If that's what you're asking about,
Right behind it.
is this
Yeah,
26500?
Right.
That I think that's the leasing office for this, but I'm not positive. Let me check and see. That is TJP Investments is the owner for that. It is the owner of this.
Also, this property.
This larger, no. Rick's Home owns this property. It's legal as TJP Acres
Oh, I
is
got it.
illegal, and so it's a cut off piece of this.
Okay, I got
Is that.
it. Yeah. Not since what they paid for, 349. I'm good with that. I was leaning, but no, that's fine.
Okay, count 2022, there's 974, now 1882147, 8821479, 802 Enterprise Boulevard. Investing in Q122, the links, so currently know the value of $249,780.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that closes that case, that hearing, and I believe that we are done for the day.
I move that we adjourn.
Well, I haven't gotten the last thing typed in here, and you're already adjourning. Nice.
Do you want to check with Val before we do?
Yeah, let's, we done it.
I'll double check all that.
Right on the floor.
I'll keep, since no one actually, we only have a motion for that, I'll keep this rolling until we find out. But Val has other ideas for you.
Remember, you're in with us now.
You're one of us.
Yes.
Yeah, we got you cornered back there. I know. We get to leave, you guys. What do y'all do after this? I mean, you have work to do.
We appraise, we gotta
You do
start,
your appraising property.
we will start the day this gets certified, which is the 25th is when the value will be certified. You all will not be done yet, but because there's still properties to hear, but what will happen is that the value will be certified. Ideally, if we need to be, and we have less than 5% of the value still outstanding to be heard. And then once that happens, then what will happen is it'll roll over to 2023 valuation. And we'll still be working here, we'll still be working on 2022, But we'll start appraising on 2023 and we'll start going out and looking at properties. People will still be in here doing properties here, but then when I'm not in here, I'll be driving around the county looking at properties and we'll be working on next year because it kind of never stops. I mean, we have to get going.
Now, you take an unmarked car when you go out there.
Now I actually have a sign on the side of my car and because people will do that and they call in like, hey, there's some guy that's sitting in front of my property, has his thing, you know, taking pictures and yeah, I know to call up here and it happens. People are.
Okay, class is dismissed until Thursday.
I'll second.
All in
Anybody,
favor?
anybody opposed to adjourn? Okay.
If he still had the motion sitting there.
Yeah,
Right.